Give me a second. I'm gonna mess with something for a second. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go do something. Not off stream, but what's up, Ark? What's up, Outlaw? Give me just a second. I'm gonna go. Fix the chat box because I can't read y'all's names on the chat box, which is really unfortunate. So. Text color's fine. Where the heck is it at? Okay, I think this is the only way I can do it. That really did nothing, honestly. God dang it. I need to actually make the width larger, smaller than the... I hope this doesn't do anything weird. God dang it. I still can't see it that well, which is really frustrating. Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to see y'all's message for a little bit, but give me a second. Let me do this. That did absolutely nothing. What the heck? Oh my god. Really? Do I have to save it? And then do it? Oh, that worked. What? Alright. What? Oh my god, I swear to god I hate this stupid... Sometimes I swear. Can you hear me? Cause I can't hear anything for some reason. Also, speakers are muted. I think. Wait, can I hear anything? Is it really static? Okay, I'm not too sure what to do. Let's do this. Alright, let's see. Can you hear anything? How about now? So you can hear me, right? Alright, let's add this. Give me a second. Alright, how loud am I? How loud am I? Alright, give me just a second then. Let's see here. Let's increase it a little bit more. How about now? Shoot. Alright, is that good? Better, at least? That should be alright. Subtune. Alright, actually one thing I need to do real fast before I actually start. Also, I think donations are working. Like, I think all the, hopefully everything's working. Let's see here. This really is literally the only place I can put this stuff. Can I not see all y'all's names? Like, regardless of how much I... Alright, whatever. I guess I won't be able to see y'all's full names, but... whatever. My god, is this a pain to set up though, trust me. Or at least... it definitely can be. What's up, Ben? The gamer? What's up, Nick? What's up, Chibi? Also, you notice that I changed the reset events, so everything should be working now. So if anybody subscribes, I don't even know if resubs are a thing, but I don't even know what resubbing really means, I'll be honest. But what's up, Labrius? Labrisi? I have no clue how to say that. Labrisi? I don't know. Labrisi? That was the last thing I said. I hope the alerts work though. If they don't work, I swear. It's pretty good. What's up, Sam? Water. What's up, Rice Bowl? INTP, that's really interesting. took the test, right? The CS Joseph test. I think it's more of the intellectual gang, because you guys are NTs, which are intellectual types, because those are temperaments. Oh, okay. Yes. It's so weird. What's up, madness? Oh, okay. Great to see ya, madness. It's kind of unfortunate that INTPs and INTJs get mixed up so easily, even though they're entirely different. You could say the same for INFPs and INFJs as well. What's up, fan? What's up, Adriana? I can explain the type if you want me to, just a bit. pretty good. Not all, was it, Striker, I think? Oh shoot, I forgot my phone. I was using, my flashlight on my phone to... Not all achievements, but I did platinum almost solo on this world, so... I guess there's that. I'd have to say majority of my achievements were on this world. Alright, so... I can explain both, and there's even a there's a video called INTJ versus INTP. CS Joseph has if you want to look that up. Or look that up. There's a lot of depth to these types, people realize. Sure, descriptions are one thing, but the actual, like, constructs of all the types are very complex. Especially when you add in the 4 sides of the mind. Because there's cognitive functions, there's compatibility between this INTPs and other types, there's virtue and vices, there's the fears, there's the worries, all that type of stuff. All the cognitive functions and how they change a person based on the attitudes of the functions, or the slot, I guess, is a good way to put it. Where the function lies is how the brain prioritizes making decisions. Oh God. What's up, Jason? Okay, that was just weird. I'm just gonna mention that that recent event tab that I have open over there. That's gonna be incredibly useful towards the end of the project. I have a feeling. Don't know, but yeah, we have the same fears and worries. It's fear of performance anxiety, a fear of performing badly, and then we have worries of paranoia of trust issues, basically. Thank you, Omar. And welcome as well. No, I can't. There isn't enough water for me to justify using a sponge, I'll be honest. Yes, what's up, Bomb Man? Also, I'm not gonna be able to read your full name, so anybody out there, if your name is like cut off, then it's kind of unfortunate, but it's 2,916 chunks. Also, I discovered that I've mined over 1,700 chunks in this world. I'm mining out a classic PS4 size world. What's up, Elton? I have no idea how to say your name, so don't know about that. by mining and removing oceans. Rinse and repeat over and over again. Literally, I'm mining the same size section for the next like 5 sections. So wobbly. Yeah. 1700 chunks, so do 16 times 16 times 64 times 1700. You got the amount of blocks basically that I've mined, or roughly. But you do have to count it in, or it's actually 1750, but... What's up, Dark? Yep, and on survival. Even though survival, to be fair, doesn't really mean much in this project because you still have to put in all the time to destroy the entire world, so even creative wouldn't even matter, honestly. What's up, Hudson? Welcome. Thank you, Michael, for the subscription. There's a reason I had the most recent subscriber thing. Because for some reason... That would be insane. What's up, Pop Trap? Give me a second. That's... Why do I have to accept or... Okay, there we go. I had to accept the notification for some reason. It's so stupid. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. What's up, Pico? Oh my god, that'd be so funny. I do not have a PSVR. Can you actually use the PSVR with this? That'd be so terrifying if you could. What's up, Cabe? Is it a bit loud? Okay. Here, I'll fix that. I don't remember how to fix it actually. Give me a second. I don't want it too loud. I want it just to be a little bit lower than my voice, or a little bit louder than my voice. Alright, let's see here. How do you do this again? I forgot. Oh. Let's turn this down to like 80. Never mind. How would you even mine in a... God dang it. Does anybody know how to automatically accept notifications? Because this is kind of ridiculous. What's up? Vladi. What's up, Roderick? Oh god. Imagine insta-mining, Jesus Christ, like... That would be terrifying. So I've played Minecraft, I've played it with my Oculus before, like I played the Windows 10 edition, but I can't even imagine doing this project on a PSVR. Jesus Christ. I've played it, I feel okay. I mean, it's not that big of a deal for me, to be honest. Wow, you can make this really tiny cheese. I probably would accidentally mine. Imagine how fast you could mine, though. Wait. I'm gonna move this up. I hope this doesn't look too weird. Alright. What's up, Jason? So I don't know what your name says. I'll just say love for now. Actually, no, it sounds weird. What does your name say? Let's see here. Why do I have 30 viewers? Can somebody explain to me why do I have 30 viewers? What the heck? What's up, Aaron? $40? Can somebody explain that to me? I just had 12 yesterday. That makes no sense. Alright, let's just do this. There we go, got it. There we go. I just decided to do that because for some reason I had to accept every single notification. For some reason. Alright. What's up, Sahitya? I have no clue how to say that. I have a video on that. Also, anybody new, I don't know why there's so many new people, it's kind of weird, but thank you for joining at least. I have Discord in the description if you want to join that. And I have a Patreon if you want your name in this world, once I ever release it, once I'm finished. And I will have, and I also have Streamlabs if you want to donate in the description. What's up, Akira? What's up, Lavender? What the heck is happening? Give me a second. This is PS4. so weird. YouTube must finally, for some reason, giving me, all the notifications for once. Which is so weird. What's up, Nitro? Yes, I'm mining, if anybody's new here, I am mining a PS4 classic size world, the Legacy Edition version, not the Bedrock or anything of that sort. It's just the old console edition, where I'm gonna be mining out a 862 by 862, roughly 64 in terms of average. What's up, Killblaze? Kyblaze? Kyblaze? You got recommended? What the heck? That's so weird. I guess YouTube was like... I guess YouTube finally, is being generous. Which is weird. So yeah, anybody new here, anybody who's questioning that, there you go. Why is it getting recommended? What's up, good? I don't know what... That's so weird. Also, welcome as well. This is super weird. I'm sorry if I don't say your entire name. Your names are kinda cut off because I'm trying to focus on two things at once, but... Do I keep saying? Oh, never mind. Alright, see you, Nick. So yeah, if anybody wants to see my channel, since apparently this stuff is getting recommended for some weird reason, you can go to my channel to see what content I have. I don't know, you can if you want to. I just recently mined the last section of 25 million blocks. I mean, yeah, it definitely is tedious, but it's pretty crazy. I've been mining for 3 years, roughly. I went from... Back in February, I went from 48 subscribers to... In 3 months, going from 48 subscribers to, how many was it? It was like 27 million or something like that. Unfortunately, I've been losing some because of the sources they came from, but oh well. If I had to roughly estimate, 58% is probably done. Yes, thank you, good. What's up, Ultimate? F8. Let's see here. I may give a world... There's also a world tour video if you want to see that, of, the things that I have in this world, if you want to... Thank you, What? Alright, let's just accept this. I don't like that I have to accept... notifications. That's really annoying. Okay. I've probably worked on this world for around 3,000 hours. I would think maybe close to 25 to 2750. I don't really know, honestly. I can't give you a really good estimate, but that's my estimation, at least. It's not a good one, probably not, but... Oh well. I'm gonna figure out why I have to accept... Why I'm gonna... Jesus Christ, I cannot speak. Was it that loud? Okay, I'm gonna turn this down even further then if it's that loud. I have a video on why I'm doing this to anybody wondering why I'm doing this. Where is the... I can't figure out where the, I saw your comment. Also, for some reason, I have over, 30 viewers for some reason. 28 viewers. But... don't know why and how and whatever. Apparently that's a thing. Why did I do that? What's up, Rory? What's up, Chase? Yeah, apparently. I have not seen the clip yet because you sent it when I was streaming, so I will see it later. At some point I will. What's up, Peanut? Such a weird name to say. I mean, I haven't been streaming that long, but still. I also have a 200-hour time lapse if you want to see that. That's really... that took some time to actually make. Yes, I am gonna be mining the Nether and the End after. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I kind of knew it was a parody of Scenic's name. By saying it, even. Seeing it. Crits. Meme offerings, what the heck? I do not watch Dream. I watched him for like 2 or 3 videos and I was like, I don't know, I'm not really into this, honestly. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of a problem, Sam. Luckily, I can make as many mob farms as I want to, so at least there's that. In this world, once I get to that point, especially Nether farms, I can make pretty much unlimited mob farms. To be fair, the PS4 is very limited though. At least the world size is going to limit how many mobs can spawn in a given area, but I don't know how that works. I do not watch it. I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. I've heard of the Minecraft Championship. There's a lot of things I hear about, I just don't really look into it, to be honest. It's really weird. I'm not saying I don't like Dream, I just kinda got bored of his content pretty quickly, I'll be honest. I haven't watched that much PewDiePie, I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of variety streaming that much, I'll be honest, either. Thank you, hopefully this isn't too loud. Actually, no, I'm not gonna, no, let's do it, McDowell. Okay, whatever. Thank you for subscribing, but, yeah, it's kind of annoying that I have to do that, but I'll have to figure out why do I have to accept. Subscriptions and donations, it's super weird. It makes no sense. Great, Nick. I wouldn't say there's any YouTubers I really enjoy watching, to be honest with you. INTP. What's up, Mr. Chew? Yeah, what's up, Matt Svolk? It's super weird. There were 40 people watching earlier. Interestingly enough. For some reason, they got recommended, or at least some people did. It's like, what the heck? I guess it's a good day to stream. I was thinking about just making Sundays a break from doing IT studying, but... What's up, Meyer? I don't actually know. Your name is kind of cut off, so... I'll just go with Vladimir because that's all I really can see. Vladimir? Is it Vladimir? I have no idea. What's up, Mirby? No, I'm from Texas. Okay, so if it depends on what's happening. If I am, like very stressed out, then it's kind of a chore, but if I'm pretty relaxed most of the time, it's usually pretty relaxing. That makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Mainly because my willpower is split between different things, so I can't put as much... I can't will myself to do this project as well as I usually can. Because, as you know, willpower is basically a giant pie. You can only separate it to so many things. Yes, I am. I am graduated. And no, I'm not going to college, if you're wondering. Or any form of education. I guess technically, going for IT certificates is technically some form of education, but it's not higher levels of, like, formal education. Or, hey, it's a bone block. Sick. Only 3? Seriously. What's up, Frogwell Nickel? Yeah, no, it's super weird, isn't it? I mean, I don't get 5 anymore, I get like 12. I think it's because YouTube's actually sending notifications for once. Seriously. And because, recommendations. Apparently people are getting this in the recommendations, which is really interesting. I mean, if you guys want to stay for the journey for me mining this entire world, then, which should take in roughly a year, I would think. I'm fairly certain I can finish this within a year. Probably less, to be honest with you. That's really funny, Ains. I think that's how you say your name. I have no clue how to say it. Ains? It's kind of funny. Talk about a coincidence. INTPs are informative. Their interaction styles are informative, control, responding. They work behind the scenes. Alright. I don't really have anything planned, I'll be honest with you, after I finish this. This channel is probably just gonna be a totem. I'll probably move everything to a different channel. Or not move everything, but I'm going to maybe create a website at some point of, that has world downloads, my content, just world downloads. I may even, all of my content, Q&A possibly, stuff like that, you know, frequently asked questions even. It could be anything like that. Merch, because I'm going to be doing merch in the future. Don't know how much I'm going to plan that out, but INTPs are also very... Suppose I actually remembered that. INTPs are very... shoot. what's it called? Well, that's their interaction style. They're intellectuals or inties. They're about systems. They're very systematic. They're future-oriented. They're intuitive, so they're what-if basis. Vladimir. I don't know how to say her name, but welcome. What else? They are all about what they think. They have TI here. That means their first slot is TI. What's up, Jason? They also, what's it called? They have, shoot. They have any parent. They're very responsible, or at least they should be very responsible with how what other people want, other people's fates. They have SI child, which means they're very innocent with what they're comfortable with, what they experience. They can innocently remember certain events. Boba. What he said. FE. They have FE inferior, which means they're afraid of how other people feel, or afraid of, yeah. It basically means they also have the worst form of social anxiety that a person can have. But if they can get over that fear of how other people feel, or if they're not being caring enough, they're afraid of not being caring enough either. If they can get over their fear of not caring, they can go into their ESFJ, which is where your letters flip, and your not even just your letters, but your functions flip, and you can aspire to become some of the most caring people. You have an ENTJ unconscious, which means you're afraid of. You have TE nemesis, which means you're afraid of, not afraid, you're worried about what other people think. You have NI critic, which means you're very critical about what you want, which can be very hypocritical in some cases, because you can become very, like, everybody else is irresponsible with what they Jesus Christ. They're very irresponsible with what they want, Jesus Christ. And so I'm just not gonna want anything, which is pretty weird, but apparently that's a thing. SE Trickster, completely unaware of what they look like, performance, how they come off to people, which can kinda creepy. I am INFJ. Nick. What else is there? Oh yeah, FI Demon. Basically become very demonic towards your own self-worth. Of like, if that person doesn't care, then I won't care, and then it just becomes this like super stubbornness when it comes to how you feel about things. It's like, I'm only gonna care about myself and nothing else. And you become this extreme apathetic person, which is where apathy really kind of originates from, is INTPs, honestly. Or ISTPs. Let's see what else. Nah, they're not horoscopes. If you want to actually know your own type, you can go into the Discord and type yourself. Trust me, this stuff is very accurate. It's kind of scary, actually. I have no idea. You can tell how developed you are as a person based on your type and your cognitive transitions. And, yeah. You can figure out how you come off to people, which is probably the most important one. It's in Discord. It's, analytical psychology and personality typing. Or it's personality, or backwards actually. What's completely off? Nick. ESTJ, definitely. Karen is definitely ESTJ. I think the second most is probably ESFJ, and then the next one's ENFJ, I think. Yeah. Only because it's like, can I ask for your manager? And it's like, because that's TE, come on. Because it's like, can I ask for higher authority, which is TE. Credibility. It's like triggered FI inferior. Because I don't feel good about the situation, so it's like... And FI inferior becomes incredibly insecure about how it feels about itself. And their own self-worth, and they become extremely ragey. Especially with their SE critic. If they... sometimes, not always. What's that? Phoenix or Phoenix? To aerodynamics of water, isn't that hydrodynamics? Because hydro means water. ESTJ. At least for the ideal type for the US is ESTJ. There's actually or SJs in general would be the US, or first world countries would be like UK and US are SJ dominant societies. The most ideal one's ESTJ. I don't know about like Germany. I think they're like a mixture of NF and SJ. I could be wrong about that though. A lot of those countries are generally a mixture of SJ and NF, but I'm not 100% certain. Interestingly enough, Japan is probably one of the few NT societies out there. It shouldn't be surprising though. It's like NJ heaven, honestly. That's Japan. So INJs, ENJs. I don't know if I could type I don't think I could type Germany, but yeah, probably like, if I had to probably type in, probably ISFJ, or ISFJ is the most common type that we know of, averagely, across the world. Yep, ISFJ, probably. I don't know. You can't really specify one type. I don't know what the ideal type would be in Germany, but... Wow, that lag, Jesus Christ. What's up, zombie? Or zombie? I play on a PS4. Like I couldn't tell you what the ideal type is, but I think they're actually, I think Norway's an enough society, which explains why their education's much better. Wait, the stuff that's off. One of the fears of INTP. Who says that? I never mentioned anything about enthusiasm. What's up, Hearth? There's even unconscious and subconscious societies. Like, take the US, why most people aren't happy in the US is because it's an unconscious society, which the subconscious is where your happiness comes from. So take like Ethiopia or like African nations or places in that area at least are subconscious focused. You have to go to the Discord, go to community tab, and it should say personality typing analytical psychology. Look at the pinned tab, or look at the pinned comments. You know, the weird part is I actually talked to an INTP about fear of people feeling bad, and it's kind of weird because he didn't really agree with it at first, but he eventually understood what that meant. They could be the most easily. Wait a minute, what? Getting confused. Oh, I thought that was a new. Oh, shoot. What's up, wait. Oh, shoot. Mehij? Wait, Mehij? Oh my god. I kept, like, stuttering so badly right now. Mehijlo? I have no idea how to say that, but stuttering so badly right now, though. My god. I don't usually stutter that often. Sometimes I do. And sometimes it's pretty bad. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, it should be good though. Halo? I have no idea. I fixed it though. It should be fixed at least. Types that benefit from the education. Probably ESTJs. Really TE users in general, but TE inferiors and TE heroes specifically. Even TI childs are amazing when it comes to education. Especially ENFPs, but specifically. TE inferior, TE and hero. That's why ESTJs benefit the most from living in the US society, because they can go into the military, they can go into higher education, they could do all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I have no idea. Can you, like, somewhat give me some way to say it? Someone's broke that pickaxe. Because I probably butchered that so badly, I can't even, like, question what it would even be like. Oh god. Wow, there are a lot of playbacks, jeez. Even more people are joining, it's kind of ridiculous. I've only been streaming for what, like, oh shoot, I don't know. Like a little over an hour and a half, I think. I don't know though. I really don't know how long I've been streaming for. Okay, gotcha. Dang, I was close. Kinda knew it was somewhere around that area. Still don't understand why I'm getting recommended. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Is it just so random? That'd be interesting if one of my videos got recommended. Like actual videos. Not just streams. What's up, Worthy? No, it's a good thing. Definitely. It's just, I just don't understand why. It just doesn't make any sense, because YouTube algorithms are weird. What else can I talk about? I could talk about, She don't know what to talk about. Thank you. I don't know what your last part of your name is, but thank you. It's gonna take a little bit before, the thing actually comes up. I think it's Worthy Racer. I don't actually really know. I'll see it in a second, though. Give it a couple seconds. Thank you as well. I don't even know if I said thank you or not, but... Oh, Racket. Okay, gotcha. I can't see it on the screen. I can only see part of your name, which is really unfortunate. Thank you, You know what? Give me a second. Let's see here. I'm gonna pop out chat. Give me a second. Oh yeah, I can see your name. What's up? What's it say? Fox King. I have to say your name slowly, because if I don't say it slow enough, then it sounds like, you know, you should know. What's up, anime dude? Alright, that should be good. A little bit lower, though. There we go. Okay. And then wrong one. Stream labels. Okay, I'm good. What's up, Factor? Why is this taking so long to update? Seriously. Yeah. I hope the donation thing I'll eventually fix it. I still don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense why I have to accept or decline notifications. It's super weird. It makes no sense. Alright, Nitro. I don't know what I'm gonna build, Factor. I'm gonna let somebody else build it, honestly. I want to see what people can build in this world. I think it'd be ridiculous if somebody had this much space to build something. What is this, like over 100 something million blocks or something ridiculous? You can do the math if you want to. It's I think it's 862 times 862 times 255, I think, or 256. And you should have your dimensions to how much block of real estate you have total. I mean, yeah, you can, but I think it'd be interesting. Especially since you'll have the resources available, or at least a decent amount of them. I don't know. The Nether's gonna probably be a little bit more unique than the overworld, to be honest. If you don't count the Nether or the End, probably another 18 million blocks, roughly. I think. I don't entirely know, to be honest. It's like... No, it has to be close to 20 something million. 22 million? I don't actually know. If you're not counting this section, that's probably close to 18 to 19 million. It's gonna be a little while, though, before I finish off this insanity of a project. I'm not gonna be using TNT. I did TNT one time as a joke, like a small piece of TNT. And it's just very inefficient. If you're not counting TNT dupers, because for some reason people think that somehow using TNT versus TNT duping is the same thing, even though it's not. is just using TNT, is placing TNT and exploding it, but that's incredibly messy to do. And it's very inefficient in that way. TNT duping is... I just don't care about it, honestly, because this entire project is supposed to be mining out the world anyway, so... it just doesn't mean much to me. Seriously. It really just doesn't. What's up, RC? I have water. It deletes, Rory, it deletes answers as long as you go through the test. It has it in one of the pinned comments. I put it as one of the pinned comments. It even has it in the instructions. That it deletes... What's up, Jake? It deletes answers as long as you go through the test. And if there was something you wanted to pick, but you couldn't pick it, then you probably did something wrong. You have to be fairly certain about yourself before you take that test. You can also ask other people how you come off, since it's probably one of the best ways to do it. Please do not listen to Nick. Please don't do it. Do not listen to that comment. That's the worst possible advice I could see. There's a reason that I suggest this test more than any test. Do not use that link. No, you're good. I had to at least stop anybody who was gonna do that. If they were gonna type themselves, do not do that. I specified, I specifically did that test because it's the most accurate. Yeah, they mine ridiculously quick. Kind of ridiculous. It's such a weird bug. I think insta mining was actually a bug in this in the game. I don't think it was actually intended to be like this that I know of. It may have been intended. I don't know though. I don't actually know what else to talk about, to be honest. It's kind of weird. the most common result on 16 personalities is INTJ, which is really interesting. Which isn't surprising considering apparently everybody on the internet wants to be an INTJ. Or if they want to feel really special, it's INFJ. Why everybody wants to be an INTJ? Okay, so it's only because of the way it's portrayed. There's a couple reasons actually. Okay, first reason is because of the letters. Introverted, intuitive, thinking, judger. So like, and by the letters, introverted, I mean, I'm not saying everybody wants to be introverted, but intuitive, very what-if thinking. Intuitives are usually very biased on the internet because it's intuitive land, honestly, for the most part. Especially with MBTI stuff. Thinking, intelligent, I guess is a better way to say it, since apparently INTJs, because apparently all T users are like automatically received as because it's thinking. It's a source of thinking. Because for some reason, thinking and feeling the letters, like this insensitivity, like apparently, what's it called? T users, I guess is a weird way to say it, is are this cool type that does not care about any feeling or whatsoever. And then you got J, planning, decision making, executes on plans swiftly. That's another one. What's another one that could be? What's another reason? Another reason is something called the INTJ Master Race, which is like this FI child god complex piece of thing where it's like INTJs are perceived as the best, so everybody's gonna perceive them as the best. Because for some reason, INTJs highly overvalue themselves quite often. Because people think this, like, INTJs are like this perfect blend of everything of a person, the best parts of a person. For some reason. I think that's really it. I mean, Yeah, that's pretty much. And they're rare. That's another one. Another cherry on the top. Or icing on the top, I don't know. Whatever that phrase is called. What's another one I say? Let's see here. Did I actually miss a block? I think that's just a short box. I mean, if you want to feel special, then INFJ is what most people want to be, because it's conceived as the rarest and the most misunderstood type. Because of the rarity. Yes. It's so weird, isn't it, on the map? What's up, Artjum? It's very polarizing, the map. I actually have the seed. I'm gonna release the seed. I mean, you could technically see the seed. I think every time I reset the end, I think you can see it, but I guess it doesn't really matter. But if you want the seed, you'd have to have PS4 and set the small biome to set the biome size to small, and then you'll be good. And you can get this exact map, just slightly updated. All the landscape is the same. It's just as structures different. The structures are different. ISFP. It's interesting. Look up a video on it, on Who Are the ISFPs by CS Joseph, and see how much you relate to it. See if it clicks. I mean, no, I can't upgrade to netherite, so, sadly. Unfortunately. Because, it's only in Bedrock. I can't get it on PS4, the Legacy Edition. What's up, fan? Wait, give me just a second. Dang, I had almost 50 viewers? That's insane. At least at some point. Yes, I speak bot. Do you know I actually know how to learn I learned binary and hexadecimal now because of all the IT stuff. I actually know how to do hexadecimal. I know how to read hexadecimal. I'm pretty... yeah, I know how to read it, and... yeah. And hexadecimal, which hexadecimal's a bit weird. Sup, Dinkai? There are some pretty good differences between them. Java's less optimized than Bedrock. Bedrock's a bit more optimized. Bedrock, it's, Has a few more features, and they obviously they do look different. So I guess there's that. Java Bedrock's more available on other platforms. That's all I really know of at the moment. I don't know actually the features wise. I have no idea. Except that you can put coordinates down on Bedrock, then you can't without you can't do it on Java without pressing F. What is it? F3. I don't even know why I can't actually remember how to show coordinates on Java. It's been so long. Oh, you didn't do CS just as fun? Almost all the gravel's gone, so... After a certain point, I won't have to worry about hitting the walls, which is going to be great. What was your result? Or are you just watching the video to how to type? Yay, more terracotta. I'm gonna have to do it again later. Thank you, Luan. To be fair, paper isn't considered sharp, but we still get paper cuts, so... Yes, what's up, the seas? Yes, this is survival. So max, it's taking, I think I've spent around 27, 50 hours, something like that. I don't really know, honestly, how many hours I've spent into this. That's my rough estimate. You know what the funny part is? Your super... That's, INTP is actually your super ego. You know what? That could explain why, Never mind, actually, that wouldn't explain much. I don't know. Oh, wait, no, that explains why you used resources as a way to, like, credibility as a way to, what's it called? When you were doing that debate. Like, you were sending sources out instead of, actually using logic, which makes perfect sense. I mean, tablecloth could. It would take a decent amount of force, but... And in a weird position, but I think it could. Because it is kinda... It's not... I mean, the material it's made out of, the edges are kinda weird, but... I think if you hit it just perfectly right, you can technically cut yourself. It has to be very, very unlucky, though, if you do. Kind of paper cuts are pretty unlucky, but they're not nearly as lucky as something like that. Especially since skin is very easily tearable, or... Yeah, you get the idea. Like, he could stretch it. Like, in terms of tint, I think it's tensile strength. Skin is ridiculous, but in terms of just pure, cutting, it's pretty weak. Thank you, the C's. What's up, Muhammad? And Matson. I've never heard of anybody get cut by tablecloth, but I think it could be possible. If you did get cut by it. I mean, it is possible if you did, so it's like... I'll have to keep that in mind if I ever mess with tablecloth. It is very thin, though, so... Anything super thin definitely does, at least to a certain point, has a chance of cutting. Because, you know, for some reason the skin is very weak to stuff like that. Because, you know, like, animals, like a dog or something like that, would not feel anything from a paper cut, no matter how hard you tried, but for some reason our skin just like, just a little nick. What's up, Diamond Henry? Does anybody want to guess how many views this is gonna get? Just an estimate of how many. Because it's super weird why this is getting recommended. So don't forget to like the stream. I don't usually do that, but I mean, you can like the stream if you want to. Yeah, there's I guess YouTube's just super selective. What's up, what does it say? Devious? Kind of thinking around 1,000 too. What's up, Wee Sam? I have a video on why I'm doing this. Anybody who new has joined. If you want to know my reasonings, I have like 5 of them. I actually don't remember any of them, I'll be honest. What's up, Dim Future Films? I've had, I think it was 12 diamonds at most I've seen next to each other, like directly next to each other. Maybe more at some point, but I've only seen 3 diamonds at level 17 this entire time, if you wonder how rare they are at level 17. Or I was just extremely unlucky, I don't know. Like 3 or 4 maybe. To be fair, I haven't really been keeping track of what diamonds are on level 17 until like 17 million block update or something like that. What's up, random not guy? Oh yeah, I didn't even see this. Thank you, Devious. I'm gonna click this. Boop. Okay, there we go. I don't. Oh god, I so hate the fact that I have to click on it just to even say that somebody is subscribed. That's really annoying. Oh yeah, you guys get to see an Ender Dragon fight. To anybody new. These don't happen very often. They do happen fairly. I mean, I guess not super often, but. I thought that was a regular shulker box for some reason. Yes, lizard time. Duping does work, but yeah, no. The only time I've actually duped was I was getting some sponges back that I lost a long time ago. Besides that, yeah. Even then, that doesn't even matter anymore because of how much water I have, so. Even if I got 1 billion sponges in this world. Hello? Okay, okay, game. Fine. I think it was because it was just loading in, but. Oh well. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep the pickaxes. I'm not that insane. That's where I saw something. I have quite a bit of integrity, so I'm not gonna do that. I still feel guilty duping those sponges, let me just say that. Those like 30 sponges or whatever it was just to get them back, because I had 18 sponges and 17, and I had 48, so I just duped back to 48. It was quite unfortunate. If you want to see how many sponges I actually did have, but for some reason the game glitched for the gods, and somehow sponges were in 2 different locations, the same amount of sponges in 2 opposite locations of the world. It was weird. It was like 1 in my base. It was like 48 in one base. And what was it? It was like, oh shoot. And 48 in another or something like that. It was weird. It made absolutely no sense why that happened. I think it happened when I was saving my world. At some point. Because, you know, glitches. They're just stupid. I mean, I don't mind it helping me, but at the same time, it still feels kind of wrong. Also, if you're wondering how many times I've killed this Ender Dragon, I've probably killed it 700. I think it was like, I think I calculated it. It was like 700 times or something ridiculous like that. On average. I don't actually remember what it was. It was ridiculous, so the amount of times I've killed the Ender Dragon. Give me a second. Let me go repair this stuff and then I'll drink some water. Yes. It was like, well, how many was it? I forgot what it was. It was ridiculous. I forgot what the number was, though. Let's take, I have an average of 7 pickaxes over the course of the entire world. And 22 million. Do 22 million divided by... I think it was 42,000, roughly. And that should be the amount of times I have to kill the Ender Dragon. Roughly speaking. I think. I'll have to look at the numbers, see if it's actually somewhat accurate. I don't know, though. Okay, that was weird. Alright, let's do this. God dang it, I forgot. Shoot. The lag is real. 524. I only need to count it. I only need to kill that Ender Dragon 500 times. Actually, I wouldn't say only 500, but... Because that's a lot of times to kill the Ender Dragon. Jesus Christ. Alright, see ya, Nick. So, I've killed it over 700 times. That makes sense. It's actually pretty reasonable, I'll be honest. So, I'm gonna kill the Ender Dragon over 1,200 times in this world, which is insane. Or roughly 1,200. That's absolute insanity. That's over 12 million XP. Which is insane. At least, at the minimum, 12 million XP. Hey, can somebody do a... Hey, Rafi, can you do a level calculator? I think those are online, right? Can you do what 12 million XP is like? What level you get to? I think that's the thing, right? From 0? know what level you get to with 12 million XP. Because I know the Ender Dragon drops 12,000 XP per kill. Every time I reset it. Oh shoot, I almost did something really bad. I don't fall off of this thing very often, unless I'm like really not paying attention. That's scary. That's actually terrifying, I'll be honest. So if I spent no XP levels whatsoever and I just only killed the Ender Dragon, I'd be up to level 1573. That's so scary, honestly. There is technically a way. It would be a very hard calculation, but it is technically possible to figure out how many pickaxes I've used in this world. It'd be so difficult, though. You would have to calculate 7 pickaxes, right? What's the durability of a diamond pickaxe with... no, just a diamond pickaxe. Normal diamond pickaxe. And then you'd have to take that number and multiply it by 7 and then divide it by 12,000. Or subtract it by 12,000, sorry. Subtract it by 12,000. What's up, Knight? Crush PvP? Wait, give me a second. police car. It's also back. Alright, so did you figure it out? Anybody? Rafi? It's not division. Okay, 322. Is that Benjamin? Alright, so I'm trying to remember what the calculation was. Oh. I'm not into it. Alright, so it's how many pickaxes I've used recently, or through the course of this project. Alright, so I'm gonna try to remember the full calculation. So it's 1538. Wait, no. Okay, take the durability of a pickaxe, right? Multiply it by 7. And then subtract it by... Wait a minute, do you even have to do that? Wait, give me a second. I don't think you have to subtract it by 12,000. I have used... Yes, plus broken. It's used and plus broken. Alright, so... Actually, no, let's do times 6. I've used way too many pickaxes with 6. Actually, no, 7s. 7's probably the more of the average number. In total. Okay, so it's 15, whatever the durability of a diamond pickaxe is. I think it's 1538. I could be wrong, though. Multiply that by 7. By how many pickaxes there are. And then you... What's up, Hyper Donut? No, it does not matter on the unbreaking. Weirdly enough, it doesn't matter with the unbreaking. This is the most accurate way to figure it out. It's the most it's very complicated, but this is more accurate. Alright, so it's the durability of a pickaxe multiplied by 7 of the diamond pickaxe. Multiplied by 7. And then you subtract... No, you don't have to subtract it. I don't think you do. Shoot, I'm trying to figure out the rest of the calculation. It's... You divide it by 7. Or multiply it by 7. That's how much XP it takes to repair all the pickaxes. And then you do... A normal diamond pick does not have 10,000 durability. Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you meant like, okay, I thought you meant just on one pickaxe. Alright, that's how much XP it takes to repair a... per pick, okay. 1. Yes, it's 862 by 862. Average of 64. And then we take... How many times have I killed the Ender Dragon? What was it again? What was the number? Was it like 532 or something like that? Oh no, that's how many times I still have to kill the Ender Dragon. Alright, so... Jeez, this is gonna be complicated, but we have to figure out how much blocks I have left. Alright, so I have 22 million blocks. Do 21.5 million, use that number. 21.5 million blocks left, roughly. And so take that number, divide it by 6,000. Jesus Christ, this is so complicated, but yeah, take that number, divide it by 6,000. No, shoot. How many blocks have I mined? 26. Okay, not counting this section, you're gonna have to do this calculation. It's kind of more complicated. Alright, so do 431 times 862 times 64 and then do then on a separate calculation do 431 times 100 times 64 and then add those two totals together, and that's how many blocks I've mined. Not counting the section, because we're not counting the section yet. Alright, next layer. Is a go. Wait. Alright. Oh, god dang it. It's 862 times 431 times 64. That's the first half of the world. And then we gotta add in the next section, or the section we just mined, which was a 431 by 100. Oh, god dang it. Like that. Multiplied by 64. There's an even more complicated way to do this, but it would be way harder to figure out. 26,535,000. Okay. Alright, so take that number and shoot, this is gonna be really difficult actually. I know that's not the number of pickaxes, but alright, so take that number and divide it by shoot. Yeah, take that number and divide it by the, what's it called? number you got earlier, Rafi. Wait, no. Divide that by... Okay, take 6,000... Or durability... Take the durability of a normal pickaxe, right? Multiply it by 4. Yeah, multiply it by 4. What was it? I think it was 1561 times 4, I think is how you do it. What's up, Daniel? Alright, so take the 26 million. There's a more complicated way to do this, but this is going to be the average, at least. Is 26 million, that number you got earlier, that 26 million, divide that by the 6,000. Alright, gotcha. Okay, the only reason I didn't really trust your calculation, because your last calculation was wrong, so... that I know of it was wrong, but... So, there was that. So, 4,250 pickaxes. Alright, so we gotta assume that... Make a few assumptions here. Let's take... Okay, this is the only way to do this. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, so... You're going to have to go to the time lapse. And you're gonna have to count how many, You're going to have to count... How many, Yes. Shoot, what are you gonna have to count? I'm trying to figure out how you could, like, put this together. You may have to go to the time lapse and count how many, pickaxes I've used on the time lapse. Good luck. This is the only way to do this. This is the closest calculation I can come to. You're gonna have to take that number and multiply it by 3 if you figure that out. You're gonna have to go to that ocean time lapse. See how many times I go to the net. Either see how many pickaxes I use, or see how many I don't know. 4,250 pickaxes. I think I'm actually pretty close to my calculations. You could probably take that 26,550,000 and subtract what, like 3 million blocks? And then divide it by 6,000 and see what you get. If you want to do a calculation like that. If you want to take into account water. That's roughly how many pickaxes I've used. I still really don't know how much water is actually in this world, but... $3,700 pickaxes. And if you take that number as how many times I've killed the Ender Dragon. Well, I have mending, so... Mending's the only reason this project's actually possible, so... What's up, Jam Slam? Yay, more terracotta. I almost fell off the entire thing doing that. What's up, Zruler? Probably types with very high endurance, so... Or that have a high attention span, so probably ESTJs... ISTJs... Technically SPs could probably do it as well. Short-term stuff, I would definitely have to say INJs because of SE inferior, but long-term, like, if you're just doing laps over and over and over again, it's probably... I mean, I guess if the INJ got super good, I mean, they would probably be better at something like racetrack driving, though, not really NASCAR. So take, like, Formula 1. Probably INJs would do better, just because of the ability to practice laps over and over and over again. Other than that, probably STJs are probably the better ones at NASCAR, or SJs are better at NASCAR. This project is impossible without mending. I've already done the calculations on... Because one chunk, even if you could repair the pickaxe, it still takes diamonds to repair it, so... Even with Unbreaking 3, you have 6 million You can break 6 million blocks per chunk, roughly. And there's 3.1 diamonds per chunk. I mean, it's possible to do this without. It's pretty good. What's up, Slicer? What's up, Brian? I am mining out a Minecraft PS4 classic world, I guess is the best way to say it. The old console editions, the classic size world. 862 by 862 worlds. Yeah, that world. Oh yeah, definitely. It would take forever, honestly. So if you used all your diamonds in the world, you would only get a third way done, pretty sure, or something like that. It'd be weird. You can mine... I mean, you could do the calculations. Do 862 times 862 by 860... or 862 times 862 times 64. And then divide that by 3. Sorry, divide that by, yeah, divide that by... I think divide that by 3. I think that's how many diamond pickaxes, or how many blocks you can theoretically mine with just diamonds. I mean, I have over 9,000 diamonds now, roughly. Actually, it's probably not close to 9,300 diamonds if you count the diamonds in the chest, with fortune. I have over 600 theoretical diamonds in a chest right now, and I have over 8,600 diamonds, so it's like 9,200 to 9,300 diamonds total. I may make a video specifically for collecting 10,000 diamonds, because how many people could say they've collected 10,000 diamonds in their Minecraft world? Like, seriously. No, I did. I saw it. It would be ridiculously hard, because it's like, even if you got all the diamonds in the world and you got a breaking 3, you can only get through about a third of the world before you run out of diamonds. What's up, Ralphus? This is on the Legacy 1.14 edition, the old console edition. It's capped at 1.14. PS4 edition. There's so many things I have to say just to say what version this is. It's kind of funny. No, I know what you said, stone, but... So if you used all the diamonds in the world, right? What if you had a third of it left? Take that number, the 2/3 left of your world, and divide it by... Isn't stone like 128 or something like that? Something like that, at least. 128 durability, so divide that number by 128. And you can mine the entire thing with stone. The rest of it with stone. Which, to be fair, I don't know how long that would take, but you can do the calculations if you figure out the durability of a stone pickaxe, and then how many seconds there are per block, and then, you know, you get the rest, hopefully. That's kind of terrifying, to be honest. It's almost, what is that, 500 something thousand stone? $520 something thousand stone, 530 something thousand stone used. Which I guess isn't that bad. I mean, technically, that would mean that stone is more cost efficient than diamond, which is really funny. Dang, I was close. I'm surprised it's that much, actually. I knew that was gonna happen at some point. Isn't there a piece of sand somewhere? I'll just take one of these. I don't want to know how much I mean, you could calculate it, sort of. It wouldn't be accurate, almost at all, but you could say that I have over, so layer 64. Take that 26 million stone. Whatever that calculation you had earlier, divide it, subtract around 3 million blocks, and then divide it by 64, and then divide it by 27 is how many chests. What's up, Ultimate? I do not. That's actually the reason why I don't keep any stone. Even managing all these resources, not counting stone, is the biggest pain in the world. I can't even imagine containing all this stone. Luckily, I don't keep stone, so everything else I do keep, though. Even terracotta, for some reason. I don't know why I kept that. It was kind of a bad idea, honestly. This is so weird. Really, that's actually unfortunate. Yeah. Alright. I'll look out for your answer. Yes, it's stone, gravel, well, stone variant, stone, and gravel are the only things I don't collect. So I have over 1.4 million dirt, I think it was, calculated at some point. I'll fix this later. Yeah, 1.4 million dirt. I have over... I don't want to know how much iron I actually have, honestly. What's up, Fluid? Yeah, pretty much. Everything that I've collected, at least. I would almost have a Which is, you know what's funny? I wouldn't even collect a whole double chest of Ender Dragons. Ender Dragon eggs. Which is really funny. Sorry, I wouldn't even have a single chest of dragon eggs by the end of this project. No cheating. Actually, what do you define as cheating? Creative? That's what most people... Creative or, no, what is it called? Those little, the assists. I forgot what they're called. No, not bots. Not like assists, like things to help you out. Not counting physical help, but like keep inventory is a good example of one. What is this called? I forgot what they're called for some reason. The closest thing I've came to cheating was getting my sponges back. I had 17 sponges and I had 48 sponges. I kept losing sponges. I got tired of losing sponges, so I got back to 48 sponges. That's the closest thing I've been to cheating, but other than that, nothing else. And somehow the game glitched sponges at one point as well, which was really stupid, but I'm considering just getting rid of those sponges, honestly. I don't feel like I should get those sponges. It's not worth my time. I don't know. I'm kind of on a divide on that one. Yeah, in the cheats menu. I forgot what it's called. Because if you enable one of them, it gets rid of achievements. The world I'm mining is 862 by 862, and the average surface, the average area, land area is 64 that I know of. Even though I think it's actually 70. But I count ocean level, which is 64, so just go with 64. Kinda wanna do level 70 calculations. Because I could be actually entirely wrong on my calculations. Okay, not entirely wrong, I would just be a little bit off. I don't have netherite pickaxes because of, this is 1.14, and I can't update. Because this is the Legacy Edition. Because if I did update, it would turn into an infinite world, which would destroy the whole point of the project, so... And it'd look really weird. You don't want to see what the walls look like. I actually do have a video on what would happen if I switched to Bedrock. I made a video like that. It's very interesting. What's up, Dark Kana? I have a video on that. Why I'm doing this. I only say I have a video because I actually don't remember what the the reasonings were, I'll be honest. Like, entirely. I have my reasoning, I just don't remember them that well. I'm telling you, when I say that the Y video that I have is going to be my most popular video, or if not the most at least top 3 most popular videos on my channel, I'm fairly certain it will. $330, that's not that bad. Like, I expected it to be much worse, to be honest. Because when IBX Toycat did his calculations, he said it would take... Let me do one calculation real fast. Let me do his calculations. What was it, 860... I know he said 864, but it's actually 862. Times 70, since he said the average was 70. That's 40, not 70. God dang it. Give me a second. 862 times 862 times 70. 52 million, which is really interesting. Thank you, Fluid. Yeah. His calculation is the average of Slayer's 70 for some reason, which is really interesting. Even though I only say 64 because a lot of my world is ocean. Or at least partial ocean. Like, I don't think there's a single section where there isn't water. To be fair, that's kind of rare for how big my sections are, though, so... I guess, never mind, that's not a very valid, statement in this, project. Seriously, it's really bad. Actually, it's really invalid. What am I doing this for? I have a video on why, which is kind of the same question, but I don't know. Kind of for the project's sake. I mean, it's kind of explained in my why video of what I'm doing it for. Since this project was teased for like, how long has it been? 2012? And it was even more teased by IBX Toycat's video on how long it would take to destroy an entire Minecraft world. Alright, see ya, Fluid. What is that? Oh. That really isn't that bad, 330 days. Compared to the 232 days, which is with an insta-mining diamond pickaxe. I still don't know how accurate that actually is. Of a video. Especially when you count speed and, is it really 0.1 seconds? I think the theoretical fastest speed you can mine blocks with this haste pickaxe is 20 blocks per second, but that's like literally frame perfect inputs. I would love to see a bot use instant mining. I think it'd be ridiculous. Imagine a bot using near perfect inputs with mining. Nice, Matt. It's pretty sick. Mining the world speedrun. God, that'd be the most painful speedrun of all time. You'd literally have to leave a speedrunning clock running for years. Or depending on how much free time you have, maybe like a year or so, at least a year minimum. If somebody can clear this entire world within actually no, you could probably do it. I think this project doesn't take as long as people think it does. Even ToyCat's video, I think kind of, yes, he's using raw calculations, but at the same time, I just think it's a little bit faster than that. Because you can mine a little bit faster than, I don't know. I mean, I would if they made the most ridiculous speedrun record ever. I don't even know who would even possibly challenge this record. Seriously, it'd be the most. You're just a maniac if you even like tried to challenge this. I could totally see some people challenging this, but at the same time, it's like, why? I'm still technically gonna be the first person to ever clear a Minecraft world in survival. Even if it's a classic size world. I don't think I've even seen anybody actually legitimately clear an old size world in survival. Which is really surprising. Two hours and 57 minutes, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Nobody's actually cleared out a entire... I mean, somebody could just go in there, destroy an old size world if they wanted to. But it's still 4.8 million blocks or whatever it is. There's a problem with that. I mean, yes, it is faster, theoretically faster, but it's not that fast when it comes to this project. Because, you're running into coal, you're running into, dirt. It's harder to switch to your tools quick enough. Mainly just those holes kind of mess us up, like caves. Mess us up really badly. Like, take Mumbo Jumbo's video, that is quite inaccurate. His mining video of like how long it would take to, or not how long, but the fastest mining methods, that's not accurate at all, because think about it, who mines just stone? There's caves, there's iron, there's coal, there's stuff like that, and gravel falling constantly every time you mine a 3x3 area. It's not 100% accurate. You get the idea, though. It just isn't realistic whatsoever. Well, yeah, I mean, it's easy, but it still isn't consistent enough for me. I need to have some consistency. I need flexibility with my mining. I can switch so much faster. You have no idea, a 5-second break makes all the difference, literally. Over time. Any bit of breaks really makes a huge difference in how fast these layers go by. Like, you could take a 2-hour second layer, which is normally how long it takes, and you can... It could turn to 2.5 hours, maybe even 3 hours with short breaks throughout the entire section. I am going to keep the spawner. I need that spawner block, actually. I've waited for over 7 million blocks for a skeleton spawner to spawn, and I finally got one. I need the skeleton spawner, I swear. Speaking of that, I'm just going to do this. Shoot, messed up. I know there's golden apples in there, but I don't need them. I can make so many golden apples, it's kind of ridiculous. I can make a whole stack of enchanted golden apples now. Don't know how many people can say they can do that in survival without a gold farm. Like, I've literally waited over 7 million blocks for a skeleton farm to spawn. They've always been zombies. Even a spider farm, or spider skeleton, spider spawner. Jesus Christ. What's up, glitch kid? Was there a disc? I already have that disc. You know how many of these discs I have? I have like 10 of them. For some reason. Okay, so I'll tell you why I don't need zombie spawners. The reason I don't need zombie spawners, I need specifically skeletons for bones. Because I need bones for bone meal, and then I can put them inside of an automatic automatic sugarcane farm, and then that sugarcane gives me sugarcane that I can turn into paper, and then trade that paper in for emeralds. Yep, that's the reason why. Don't get me wrong, a zombie spawner actually wouldn't be bad for villagers. I may keep one actually for villagers. For zombie villagers. Fine, I'll eat it for fun. Oh wait, it's already gone. Goodbye. Never mind. Yeah, don't you love how do you know how hard this project would be if there was no limitations with the amount of entities on the ground? I'm really glad that feature actually exists for this project because my god, it'd be the biggest pain in the world. In that case, I'd have to collect every block, which would be absolute pain and suffering. Wait, does it actually? I don't... How do you get a cleric again? I forgot. Isn't it a brewing stand, right? I may do a zombie farm specifically for villagers, for a villager trade, or cleric. I can actually make one specifically for the farm. That would be interesting. So imagine if you had a farm, a villager, near a zombie farm. They would try to attack the villager but fall down a waterfall and die. That would be pretty useful, actually. And then you could just trade with the villager up in the sky. Or if it's on the ground, then I have to figure out another way to do it. Good thing I can do it AFK. I don't have to worry about the XP. Well, the XP doesn't even matter to me. So I can make a fully fledged AFK skeleton farm or zombie farm. It's a barrack. Alright, good to know. I'm in 1.14. Jeez, 32 rotten flesh per emerald? Oh my god. I'd have to get multiple of them then. That's a lot of rotten flesh for 1 emerald. Compared to like paper, which is like 20 something, which isn't nearly as much, and I can get a lot more out of it than... Because 1 sugarcane, or 1... I think it's... No, never mind, I think it's the same. The good thing is if I do it far away, I can keep them from spawning over there. From spawning near the other villagers. Hey, are there any more useful trades for emeralds? What would you think is probably some of the more useful trades for emeralds in the world? If there are any more. Not counting farmers. To be honest, I'm not counting farmers. Even though I think I could eventually do that in the future, but there's no point because the amount of pickaxes I have are fine. The only reason I'm not caring that much about emeralds, at least when it comes to emerald sources, is because I have so many... It's not that I have a ton of pickaxes, but I'm not too worried about them. Because I already have 7 pickaxes, which is more than enough. Okay, just enough. I wouldn't say more, but at least just enough for each layer. And a Ender Dragon fight doesn't take that long at all, so... Because if I got more than 7, I'd have to repair... Like more than... I think it's like 10 pickaxes at most. 10 to 11 pickaxes. At the absolute most you can repair with the Ender Dragon. And if I got more than 10, I'd have to repair twice over, so... It's kind of a waste of time in my opinion. Yeah. Wait, how long have I been streaming for? 3 hours, something like that. Not that long, honestly. Remember, it's every roughly 2 hours I can finish a... No, never mind, not anymore at least. Because I wasted some time at the beginning, but... Do you guys want to guess my average hourly, daily average? Like what my average time is on this world per day, roughly speaking? This is very rough, do mind you. It's actually 4. It's 4 hours on average. So if you want to actually calculate how much time I've spent, you're gonna have to figure out how many days have passed from now to since December, what is it? The beginning of my project, beginning of my channel. That's obviously also not counting, that's not counting the first, like, what, like, 800,000 blocks, 700,000 blocks? Not counting those, but you can calculate how many hours to a degree. You're gonna have to do some crazy calculations with how many days it's been. And then multiply it by 4 and you'll see how many hours. I may have put way more hours into it than I think I have. I'm pretty sure my hourly is around 4, at least. I need to calculate how many hours I've spent on streaming. It's like, I think it's like 700, 800. Oh my god, maybe it's more than I thought, actually. I'll be honest, I think the hours is way more than I thought it was going to be. Pretty sure my average is 4. I'm not 100% certain. But I think by the end of the project, the hours, I think my average is going to be 4 by the end of the project. If I'm gonna get it done in about 4 years. I think after this I have 6 sections and 2/3 left. This project. If anybody's wondering how many sections I have left. Almost fell backwards. some water. It's been a while. Really almost 3. Yeah, it's almost 3. Makes sense. What's up, Dustin? Did I ever plug that? Okay, I did. Good to know. Yeah, I'll drink some more water. A lot of water. I should start drinking like that instead of just taking baby sips. This does over 2,000 playbacks. Do mind you, the average is like 400, 500. Some days it's like 300. Majority of the time it's 400 to 500. Well, that's not very, consistent. Doing it like that. I mean, I could do it like this, technically. It wouldn't be very consistent, but... Because of coal, like that, it'd be annoying. Great for cutting off sections, though. Yeah, it's technically faster, but it's, way inconsistent. Way too inconsistent. Don't you love the fog? I actually like the fog. It makes the world look bigger. Like the fog on the edges. It's like just big enough. I'm just close enough to the world. Always like the fog. Makes it look cooler. On the edges of the world. Not even the edge. Well, I mean sometimes the walls. This is gonna give you some flashbacks from 2 million mark. Sorry, at 4 million mark, because technically this is 4 million. This is gonna be the same size hole as the, I think it's the 4 million actually. I'm pretty sure. Or roughly. Almost to the world record, which is insane. Can somebody figure out how long it took to go from the beginning of my project to the world record video? How long did that take? I just want to put in perspective how much faster I'm mining now than I used to. Or even how much time I'm putting into it, even. Technically, it's just, I think I'm just being more consistent with how I'm mining. And the bigger sections help a lot. It's December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. I think 11 months, almost a year. That's insane. I'm pretty sure it's close to a year, isn't it? I think I've completed in October. I think it was Halloween. Just kind of funny. If that is the case, I'm going nearly twice as fast, which is insane. Twice as fast, to put it in perspective. And it's not like I've changed much, either. And do mind you, I probably put more time into it during that time than I did now. Because I had a consistent schedule with school. I would do whatever I needed to do in school, and then from 7 to 11 I would sleep. I would do the stream, or even do the project. And funny enough, I went through an entire section without even recording any of it, which is crazy. I don't actually know how long it's been though. Since from the start of the project to the... And do mind you, that's also considering I already mined over, I think, what, 700, 800,000 blocks? So I think I'm going almost twice as fast, which is ridiculous. If not twice as fast. Or a little bit faster. Because I actually understand time management on this project. It took until probably, what, like quarter of the world? The first quarter? Until I finally understood time management. And section length and stuff like that. And time consistency. I mean, for Pete's sake, I didn't even use a beacon, or a speed 2 beacon. I used a haste beacon. I never even used a speed 2 beacon until, I think, the 2 million. If I remember correctly. I don't think I even had a speed 2 beacon till the 2 million mark. If that shows anything about how fast a speed 2 beacon is compared to normal. It's kind of ridiculous. Luckily there wasn't that much water, but even then, I just didn't have the resources at the time to build a speed 2 beacon, if I remember correctly. Or I just didn't care for it, I don't know which one it was. At the time, at least. And do mind you, I think I took breaks during that time, which is insane. I think my first big break was, oh my god, it was actually, I took a 3-month break. And I still only got 6 million blocks done? How slow did I go? Between 1 million and 6 million, my god. Dude, I would probably be almost done by now. Okay, maybe not done, but I'd probably be at least to the last quarter. If I wasn't going so dang slow. I didn't realize how slow I was going. Jeez. It's pretty insane. So that would mean I've only spent... what, like... I think my average was like 1 million a month. I think my average now is like... I think it's a little over 1 million a month. I don't think I'm averaging 2 million a month, that would be insane. Maybe I am, actually. Yeah, exactly. I think it says finishes. I can't see it though. Just check real fast. Oh, until you find someone faster, yeah. Put it right there. I didn't say finish, it's find. English is like non-existent for me apparently. Probably the same for Sword King. Can you imagine going from finding somebody that's you spent literally years and years of doing something, or like Kilo with Kurt J-Mac, but in my situation it'd be like Sword King. He spent I think like 8 years to get to 5 something million, and I got to the world record in like what, 8 months or something like that by myself. He had people working with him too. Do mind you, he was using stone and iron tools, but still, I mean, like, I just wish he wasn't going too slow. I have a lot more resources than him, like in general. Like I'm talking like update resources, like not even just physical, like, not even Minecraft resources, but update resources, which makes a huge difference. But still, I mean, even then. Oh no, definitely not. Did you know he waited till he got, I think it was 10,000 iron before he even gave out any iron tools or something like that? He literally spent a whole year with just stone tools. Don't get me wrong, he made a lot of progress, but Jesus Christ, that sounds so slow. Just watch his Operation Bedrock series. You may enjoy it a bit. It's actually really interesting watching his series. Especially for that many years, seeing a progression. It's really interesting. Yes, Rafi. He has a 270 something episode playlist over stone is better than iron, at least in these cases. Only because it's pretty cool progression. Like, he doesn't really talk about it, but I think it's cool seeing his progression compared to mine on my videos. Except for his videos, his are more like Let's Play. It's more of a Let's Play version of his thing than mine. Mine's more of just a general update thing where it's like, oh yeah, here's next section update, next section update. The way he's doing it is really interesting. What's up? This is fun. Sword King 090. He also has an Operation Blackout series, but he kind of quit that very quickly. Yeah, it's really interesting seeing his progression, though. Yeah, Operation Blackout is basically where he had Operation Dome for a while, which was, he did complete that. It's basically where he domed over the entire world, so like that wall had all the way up to the ceiling, and the entire ceiling had glass. And then he just domed the entire world, turned the entire world into a dome. And then Operation Blackout is the same thing, except with obsidian. He, instead of using glass to dome up the entire world, he used obsidian. He ended that one very quickly to focus on Operation Bedrock, and then he stopped focusing on Operation Bedrock, and now he's doing Minecraft SMP. He's ISFJ. Weirdly enough, he's ISFJ. You can really see the comparison between me and him. He talks constantly about his own experiences and stuff like that. I can tell he's an ISFJ. I don't even really have to type him that much. He's very informative. He's very past focused. He can remember things in insane detail. He's definitely a TIFE user. He's not an FI user whatsoever. For some reason, ISFJs love variety channels. I have a cousin that's an ISFJ who started a variety channel a while back. I don't know. Quit? I'm pretty sure he quit it a while back, though. I mean, I'm talking a while back. I'm talking years ago. Like, I don't even have to figure out what his type is, but variety channels where you play a bunch of different games, a variety of games, basically. Like, my channel is the entire opposite, so let's just say this, he started Operation Bedrock and Operation Dome as the main part of his channel. But for some reason, he thinks that somehow, that wasn't his original intentions, was Operation Bedrock and Operation Dome. He just put a lot of time into it. And then he quit Operation Bedrock for like 10 months because he decided not to not let the project consume his channel specifically, to do other things. And then he came back to it to finish it, and then he never came back to it later after a couple months from now. Mind you, this was back in 2017 when he quit the project. So yeah, that's basically his kind of story. It's like I can totally see the difference between NI Hero and SI Hero. It's huge. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. He pretty much dropped it, yes. I don't know if he'll return back to it again, but... He actually gave me a shout out when I was at the million block... Sorry, not million, sorry. World record video. That was interesting. It wasn't like a big shout out. There were only like 8 people watching, but... There is that, at least. He finished Operation Dome. Because it was such a short project, and you know how long Operation Bedrock is, as you can tell by how many hours I put into this project. It's really funny. One of his videos, he was like on episode like 30 or something like that. Do mind you, he was just using stone pickaxes. He was saying I'm like 1% done or 5% done or something like that. It's like, no, you're not. Hey, you're definitely not 5% done. Jesus Christ, you're definitely not 5% done. Imagine thinking you're 5% done when you've barely even, like, scratched. You probably haven't even scratched 1%. 1% of the world is roughly, like, 500,000 blocks or something like that. If you count the average being 64, it's almost 500,000 blocks. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you really don't understand how big the world is. Honestly, I don't think many people do unless you do it this direct. The way he was doing it, though, the way he was, like, mining the world, it'd be really hard to tell what your progress is like, but... I may have to, also speaking of that, I may have to turn the Nether one into a Let's Play. Update, like in a monthly update video, or something like that, sort of. Like monthly update number 1, monthly update number 2, monthly update number 3, you know, you get the idea. Like, I can't do official update videos like I can with this version, because I don't know my progress on the Nether. It'd be really hard to tell. Unless I, like, have a small bit of the world left, but that's how I'm gonna do it. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you were not even, like, I don't think you're even 1% done with the world. I think he said 5% at one point. I don't know what episode it was, but... Definitely Hero. I mean, that's very, very situational, but it's definitely Hero type, so I and J's definitely have the easiest time doing this project. Now, if you're talking about the fastest, technically everybody can do this project. I mean, some people have huge disadvantages, but if you're talking about having the easiest time doing this project, definitely, Hero, definitely, for sure. We're basically built to do things for long periods of time, so... Definitely Hero has the easiest time to do it. Any type could realistically do this project. Extroverts obviously have a way harder time because of extroverting, but well, to be fair, technically, yes, INJs have Hero. What do you kilos and INTJ for just an example? And he's the one that he's the first person to walk to the far lands, and he spent 24-hour streams and forth that says anything. Okay, it's not really endurance. It's like, sure, SI Hero could technically do this project better than NI Hero because of the length of the project, but like ISTJs could technically do this project better than INFJs or INTJs to a degree if they're obligated to do it, or if they have the self-discipline, if they self-discipline themselves to do this project. But generally other things will get in the way. If anything gets in the way, then they're kind of screwed. Kind of similar to NI Hero. Think of NI Hero as like a piece of pie, or a giant thing of pie. Or let's say willpower in itself is pie, like a giant thing of pie. You can only put so much, you can only cut that pie into so many pieces before you run out of willpower. that makes sense. So it's not entirely endurance. I mean, yes, it kind of is. Patience in itself is... I think there's a difference between patience and endurance, though. Patience is a learned skill. Endurance is I'd say it's more persistence. Persistence is patience at the same time. But I think it's persistence and willpower this project takes. You can do it with self-discipline, it's just harder. So let's just say self-discipline is different, because if self-discipline is a habit, so take for example, how you know how I always forget like to drink water and stuff like that? Sword King can turn drinking water and doing his chaining his pickaxe. He can turn it into a habit. I can't turn it into a habit. Just an example. Since SI is a habit, NI heroes have to make an active choice to do things. SI heroes don't have to. Wait, why am I doing it like this? That's the one big disadvantage of willpower. It's not limited, but I mean it kind of is limited. I think it's more of a perception thing though. That's limited. I don't think it actually is limited. As long as you have the right mindset and nothing actually gets in your way, then sure. I don't think it's actually legitimately limited, even though everybody says it does. It is. Since willpower in itself is fire, it's desire to do things. Like my desire to just destroy this entire world. My persistence of stopping at nothing, of destroying this world, is kind of similar to willpower, because it's like I'm just kind of surviving, I'm coasting through. No matter how many breaks I take, I will always come back to this project. I almost broke that. I need to say my... That's pretty much it, honestly. That's why technically ISFJs could outperform or outwork INFJs with FE Parent, because they can take jobs very seriously and obligate themselves, or be obligated very seriously, and turn all of whatever their experience are into habits, and learn just about anything through experience. Kind of similar to INFJs, but with INFJs it's more of a practice-oriented thing versus a versus an experience-oriented thing. See what else there is. That's really about it. All I have for self-discipline versus willpower. I'm trying to think of anything else I could talk about for something like that, because it's definitely an interesting topic. So to answer your question, I would have to say in order, I would say that NI heroes have the easiest time with this project. I'd technically say INTJs have an easier time with this project. Sort of, that's very, very debatable. I think that's very situational as well. Because of FI Child versus FI Critic. I think that depends on the INJ though, that you're talking about. Let's see what else there is. I think I'd say another type. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Technically, ISTPs, it'd be very difficult for the child function. ISTPs and ISFPs probably have the second easiest time. I could say ENTJs could be second in terms of tier list, unless if you make like a theoretical tier list out of this, like a hypothetical tier list. That's also quite situational though, especially since they are extroverts. Maybe not this project, but other projects, yes. I don't think specifically this project, because there's no actual status gained towards doing this project. Actually, you know what? Maybe not. I think INFJs may actually have an easier time with this project, because if FE... they're actually pretty much the same. I think it's very... yeah, never mind. They're pretty much the same. Yeah, NI Child is probably the second tier. And then I could say NI Nemesis. I don't think so. Does it actually? It's a FDAB. That's what that says. Does it actually do more damage? Because I've never heard of that. I'm pretty sure it's the same. It's the same hitbox. Is it actually? No, it's the same. I can tell it's the same. What else is there? What other types could probably be pretty good at this? NI Critic. Probably the next. Obviously, the SI heroes, ISTPs may not have a bad time actually, because if they use their endurance with their SI Critic, with their NI Child, they could probably do it pretty well. I don't think they'll have the perseverance, like the willpower to do it, like enough willpower. Even with NI Child. But maybe. What's up, cool boy? It's pretty good. Here's the thing about the difference between NI Hero and literally versus every other type that has NI. It's not that we have the largest pool of NI or willpower. It's the fact that our natural state is willpower. That's what a huge advantage is. That's our first state is willpower. I mean, like, we just continuously, we're basically almost a continuous light bulb. You could technically NI parent, but NI parent's just more like... NI parent is a little bit more accurate with what they want. But... Thing is, they don't entirely have as much. It's not their natural state. It's one big disadvantage that other types don't have over. That's the reason I can do things. That's the reason we can do things for such long periods of time so easily. It's also one of the reasons we benefit so much from practice, is we can literally... 4 hours? Okay. It's because we can practice for literally long periods of time. Combine that with our deliberateness in our practice. It's basically a recipe for absolute unstoppable force. I think out of all the types of humanity, SI heroes or SI inferiors are the immovable object, as long as they develop it. And they continuously get better with their SI inferior. And then SE inferior is the unstoppable force. I do think low power burnout, like INJ burnout, is a thing. I mean, it is a thing, but I think it's more of an illusion than anything else. Due to our lack of patience with our SI, or endurance with our SI demon. Patience and persistence are different, or not patient. Patience and endurance is different. Having the patience to do something is entirely different than having the endurance to do something. Endurance is going through something, difficult times, just pushing through difficult times. And persistence is, or patience is, no matter how many times I'm gonna fall, it's more persistence, but they're kind of similar. It's no matter how many times I lose motivation, I will continue to get up and continue to do this project. It's pretty much the difference. Endurance would be like, if something bad happens, I'm still gonna spend 3 hours a day every single day to do this project, regardless of how many bad things happen in my life. That's pretty much the difference. Which is why I technically say, that SI Hero could technically beat NI Hero, or NI user specifically, in something like this if they obligated themselves to do it. The problem is there's not much, nobody's really obligating them to do something. It's not their responsibility to do this project. I do think due to Sword King's high level of endurance and patience, since they do have natural patience regardless anyway, INJs can develop it, it's just way harder. And he's gonna come back to this project, I'm fairly certain. It may take him another year or two. That's NI Hero though. That's what SE Inferior is. We need to learn, honestly, is even if we fail at something, we still need to get back up. And not be afraid, because we stop being afraid of what we're doing, we'll actually perform well and not have to fail every single time. Because it's like this weird self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, C.H. Joseph mentioned there was a guy that he knew as I think he was an INFJ. And he was taking a CDL. He failed this test over and over again because his performance anxiety got to him every single time. It took him a whole year of just persistence of trying and failing, and he'd finally passed it after a year of trying. It's like, Jesus Christ, that's insane. Even though the written part is very hard, he passed it first try, which is really funny. It's weird though, because it's like SE heroes have the opposite problem because it's on Axis. SE heroes will can just about do anything in terms of performance and aren't afraid. They just can do things easier than other people, at least in terms of performance spaces. But they're so afraid of wanting something that they won't actually go for it. It's the complete opposite. What's up, Nick? The axis really affects people. Like, the axis of your inferior and hero makes a huge difference. Like, TI with FE axis, you have, FE heroes, so, oh wait, no, let's go with TI hero. TI heroes, criticizing people, and they could be also hypocrites, so, not counting that. They can criticize people, tell people the truth constantly because they're TI hero, and that's their, like, their natural state is telling the truth, basically. And they feel guilty after telling the truth or criticizing, even if they're wrong about it. But FE heroes have the opposite problem, where they are so afraid of what they know they won't tell the truth until way later. Trust me, I know that feeling. It's even more problematic when they're actually wrong about what they're talking about, and then they don't listen to you because they're so afraid of what they're thinking, and then they go into their TE demon, and then they're afraid of how they feel about something. It becomes this, like, FI inferior super ego. It becomes this, like, explosive mess. It's like talking to a tree. It's like, bro. What's up, bucket in a bin? Alright, see a bucket in a bin. I don't know, man. Yeah, I see what they're doing here. I don't know why you guys were, like, criticizing for using the word man. I don't understand. It was literally just the way he speaks. That's like criticizing somebody speaking a foreign language. It's like, oh, why do you speak like that? I wonder why. Inertial components? It's like, why are you guys talking to him about how he's saying man over and over again? What are you guys doing? It's like, you're basically wasting air at that point. You guys were talking about why do you say man constantly? Well, you weren't entirely criticizing, but you were in some way, I don't know who was doing it. I'm not calling anybody specifically out. I just remember somebody doing something about that. It's like, what do you say man all the time and stuff like that? It's like, you kind of know why. You should know why at that point. Like, that's just the way he speaks. I mean, I don't think, I do understand his argument, though, yesterday. Bruh, I'm not personally attacking you. saying generally speaking. I remember somebody mentioning it. But this is, yeah, these are two different conversations. So I understand where his argument was going from, but I think we were talking about two different things. Seriously, I think we were just on different levels. It was a small argument. It wasn't like a one like 2 days ago. It wasn't like that one. It was a small one though, don't get me wrong. It was more like an exchange of thought more than actually a debate. It was more of an exchange more than actually like a... It was a small debate though, it was tiny. No, not that one. It was about philosophy. Just such a weird debate topic, but... Also, I'm just gonna point out he was wrong 2 days ago about that argument. I forgot to mention that. He was wrong. I did my research on it just to see. I don't know if he was talking about something entirely different, but in almost every sense possible he was still wrong. His logic was sound with saying that proteins do burn faster or do break down faster, but that's not how it works. With the body, at least how the body prioritizes energy. His logic was sound, it just didn't make sense in the terms of the standard of the body, because you got to think about this. The body... The body, is the standard of what we're talking about, not actual just pure molecules, which was kind of a problem. Because remember, truth is based off the standard that's held on, TETI, they're on an axis of each other. So take Pluto as a planet. Pluto was a planet. It was a truth. Until NASA decided to change their standards. And then, nope, it's not a planet anymore. It's like, okay. That's a great example, actually, of standards. How the because unless somehow we change the standards of the human body by, like, evolution or even, like, technological evolution of the body. Or using technology. Then it would change. Well, no, there was something else about it, Nick. It wasn't that argument. It was something very specific. It was a small argument, I'm telling you. It's like a tiny argument. It was about reality, basically. It's the best way to explain it. It was reality of what is real versus, what isn't. He was still... we were just talking about two different things. It'd be really hard to say who was actually correct in that situation. But the one talking about the protein burning faster, yes, sure, but not entirely. Don't worry, it was a very small conversation. It only lasted like 10 minutes or 50. It was a very small conversation. It wasn't nearly as big as the first one 2 days ago. Yes. Yeah, it's that one, Nick. We were talking about two different things. I looked it up, and we were just on a different level of each other. It would be practically impossible to actually to get through with each other because of what he was talking about versus what I was talking about. It was like 3 in the morning apparently, but I mean I don't know. We just weren't reaching each other, honestly. Alright, I'm finishing one more layer and then I think I'm good. Also, give me a second. What's up, Matthew? Also, that singularity conversation was really interesting. So systematic, you guys are supposed to create the ultimate system to yeah, pretty much just create the ultimate system to do things, kind of like automation in a way, but it's just more of a system to do things. By that means, like, the best way to do something. You basically have to figure out the best way to do something. Define system. It's finding the best way to do something. That's really it. Like, system means a way to do something, pretty much. And being systematic, like, I literally have like 3 SJs in my life, and since I'm triple interest doesn't help, which means no matter what side of the mind I'm in, I can never really find the best way to do something. I kind of just stumble upon it eventually. With TE, Trickster, it takes a long time, but yeah, so it's kind of weird. It's like, here's the best way to do this. It's like this weird, like, I don't know about you, but I always figure out this weird way about, like, I don't know if it's just me or not, but I feel like systematic people have this weird, like, or systematic types have this kind of ego when it comes to having ways to do something, because it's like, the problem with systematic is, especially SJs specifically, at least INTJs can probably have a little bit of better way of dealing with this, but it's being stuck using that one system over and over again and not realizing there may actually be a better way to do something. Which obviously takes research, but some people just want to be stuck in their own ways, which is kind of a problem. Which is actually why SJs, generally speaking, resist change. They have a double whammy, actually. They have their SI, super high SI, which means they like their own comfort, and they're systematic, so it's their own way to do something, and it's their own comfort zone, so they have a really bad time when it comes to changing, for the most part. Like, you could say, they could go into their unconscious and become SPs, and become interest-based. 40% of the population resist change. There are 40% SJs. I wonder where they got that statistic from. Which is really interesting. Or resist change the most, or something like that. I think intuitives obviously like change. Most of the time. I'm not saying like SPs don't like change. They do to a point. I think it depends on the side of their mind they're in there. I think SPs generally do like change, especially the pragmatic ones. Actually, they're all pragmatic. I'm stupid. Yeah, never mind. Go to Discord. Go to the community tab, and there should be something called personality typing and analytical psychology. And look at the pinned comments. Read all the pinned comment, or read the comments that have the test, and read the comment. There's just a warning before you take it. Answers will disappear as you take the test to make it easier to take, and if you mess up something, then it's kind of your fault in that case. But because if you wanted to choose something that's already disappeared, then you messed something up in the past. Yeah, please read the pins. People get so confused. I think Rory made the same mistake, or made that mistake. I actually made both mistakes. Oh yeah, INTJs are pragmatic, definitely. I think they're triple pragmatic. Yeah, they're triple pragmatic. That means no matter what side of the mind you're going to be pragmatic. I am double affiliate. That means I have like one pragmatic side, which I like having a pragmatic and affiliative side. Wait, no, you have an affiliate. No, never mind, that's pragmatic. Pragmatic means doing what works versus doing what's right. So the affiliative is like going to higher level education. That's the right thing to do. Versus the wrong thing to do. Even then, obviously pragmatic people can go to college, but here's a good example. Let's say I know an ESTP that's going to college, or going to be going to college. Okay, so take my sister, she's affiliative, she's just gonna get an apartment. Or she has an apartment and stuff like that. And a dorm. Which is the right way to do things most of the time. My friend is getting an RV for college. If that says anything about pragmatic versus affiliative, I don't know what does. Because it works, and it's cheaper. That's the good thing about having a pragmatic side, is it's always good to find. It's not the easiest side for me to like manage, because I have two affiliative sides to my mind. So I have a way higher chance of being more affiliative than pragmatic, especially since I have one of the most affiliative types and one of the most pragmatic types, which is really kind of crazy. It's really confusing making decisions sometimes. It's kind of funny, I've considered myself affiliative, like I know I'm affiliative, but I've really considered myself more pragmatic, which is weird. Because I've developed my ESTP subconscious so much to the point where it's like, I just find things that work more than actually what's right and what's wrong. You're also the most independent type, even though I know as long as INFJs can actually, like, you know, get out of their affiliative bubble and become more ESTP-like, they can become extremely independent. Like, I've become extremely independent. I mean, I think it has to do kinda with kinda trust issues, I'll be honest, with my any nemesis. When it comes to trusting any people to do something. So I've just kind of went SE. I kind of just went ESTP mode for the most part. What do you mean you don't have your age listed? The age thing is interesting that they actually have to have you type in your age. I'm gonna make sense. Yes, pretty much. That's pretty much the best example. Is if it's doing what it's societal expectations or social norms is the best way to explain affiliative. It's really interesting because wait, seriously? That's actually kind of funny. Hey, you can talk to message CS Joseph if you want to. Because I don't understand why it's the why 16 is the lowest. I think it has to do with cognitive development, but I'm not sure why 16 is the lowest. That's the highest chance I can think about. You can talk to CS Joseph about it. I didn't know that was a thing, actually. I didn't even realize that when I was taking the test. I mean, you can still choose it. Didn't you type yourself last time? I don't know. I may need to get more water soon. It's been 5 hours, right? Almost. I think. 4:36. Okay, gotcha. Dang, it's 2,200 playbacks. Jesus. In 4.5 hours. Do mind you, that Halloween stream only got like 1,100. And that was an 8-hour stream. You know, I may do this instead, like stream in the morning and then do IT in the evening. I think I'm better off that way, actually. Because of my brain. Because of, I don't know actually why. I think I'm just better off doing it that way. I'm a little bit behind in terms of time for those layers. But it's not that big of a deal. I did waste a little bit of time at the beginning, so it makes sense. To mind you, 2 hours per layer. Just remember that. It takes roughly 120 hours per section. A little bit over because of the top layers. It's probably 130, 100, maybe 140 at max. Not counting... I mean, to be fair, that the 200-hour time lapse took like 50% longer or something like that. I don't know, I think I'm better off doing it at night. Or at least roughly at night, because remember you can sleep on it. I can sleep on whatever I learned, so... I think I'm just better off doing it like that. Because it's actually good to do any research at night, because you remember it easier. Do you actually remember things best at night? Isn't that correct? or something like that. Or not even remember. Can you, like, isn't it better to do things at night? Or somewhat better at night? I don't know. I hate how similar memory and remembering things are, or memory and logic is. They're so similar. I totally see why people get them mixed up. Past 10 a.m. That makes sense. I've heard about that actually. That is a thing. So I'm trying to think if I got up at 6:30, started streaming at 7. I streamed until, well, I took a break at 8, and then streamed at 7 something. And I streamed for... how long? What is that? Let me just do this for fast. 7. Wait, 8. Let's go with all 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. I could probably stream for like 10 hours. Well, technically, like, if you take in breaks, probably like 9. Yeah, you probably did it wrong. Hey, at least you didn't have to go through the effort of learning everything at once. I spent like 3 months figuring out my type. Dude, mind you, this is rigorous 3 months of figuring out my type. What was it, 2 months? It's probably closer to 2 months, actually. So, Firehound. I don't know, I'm gonna be mining the Nether in the end. So imagine 9 hours a day doing this, or, yeah, 9 hours a day if I did that every single day. And I, got through, what, 4 layers every day? I could finish an entire section in, what, can somebody do 60 divided by 4? No, it's 15, I'm stupid, it's 15, never mind. Wait, is it 15? Yeah, it's 15. I'm pretty sure, right? I'm gonna, like, hit myself if it actually isn't 15. Yeah, it's 15, never mind. Because 4 times 20 is 80, then half of that is 20 plus 40, 60. Yeah, never mind. Imagine finishing 2 sections a month. Do you know how insane that would be? Or roughly 2 sections a month. If I did that, what's up, Anthony? Especially now, like, if I did this right now, like, what if I started the schedule, like, yeah, if I started it right now, not counting the section, I would be finished in 3 months. If you don't count this section. To be fair, oh wait, no, 3.5 months. Because you gotta count the 2/3 section. which is insane. That's like almost... That's barely over New Year's. I mean, to be fair, that's not counting any days off, though, so... That's 63 hours a month. That's 63 hours a week. Which is insane. I don't think I'm gonna go to that extreme. Maybe at some point I will. Maybe towards the end of the project, I'll probably get to that extreme. Are you good, backyard animals? ESFPs. Usually you want to be your subconscious. ESFPs mainly. Maybe even your unconscious. You may even want to somewhat be your unconscious type as well, which is ENTPs. You may have to just look up ESFPs, to be honest. I don't know that much about ESFPs, I'll be honest. I can tell you all the functions, I can tell you some of their bad behaviors, but that's really about it. I could not tell you much about them. I don't even know an ESFP, actually. I think I technically know one, but I don't know them. Like, they haven't been to my house in a while, so I can't verify if they're actually an ESFP. Alright, backyard animals. I'll see you later. Dude, I just realized in like 2 days I would go down almost 10 layers, which is insane. Like, watching my map would be ridiculous. It's like 3 days later, I'm already at, it's like 64. 3 days later, I'm already at layer 52 or something like that. Jeez, that's insane. I do have to account for water though too, so it won't be perfect like that, but maybe close to 4 months if I did it that speed. I don't really know though. That's why I'm saying it's so hard for me to actually judge when I'm gonna finish. That's if I went all out on this project, not counting a bit of tech, IT stuff. By that point, I'd probably be getting a job in IT. Maybe. I don't know. I'm probably gonna give my studies like 3 months. I could probably study everything in 3 months. I could probably give it less time, honestly. I can scrub through, like how you can scrub through books, I can scrub through information very quickly. I can pinpoint information like nobody's business, honestly. I can't do it quick. Well, like, I can do it quick because of movement, but I can do, get through one fact to another fact to another fact, and it will stick. I can logically analyze it. It's not the fastest thing, but it's incredibly thorough, which is why I can learn so quickly. It's not really that I don't have to spend like hours and hours on end just refreshing content. I could spend on like I could laser focus myself onto one subject, learn it quickly, go to the next, learn it quickly, go to the next, learn it quickly, over and over again. What's up, Rory? Wait, what was your type again? ISFP, I think, right? Generally speaking, dude, here's the thing about the hit or miss thing. If you haven't exhibited those behaviors, there's a likely chance you will at some point hit those behaviors. I'm just gonna mention that. You won't remember every behavior that you've done, because if you're an SC user, you probably won't. But there is a most likely thing. So take, for example, I could just say, oh yeah, he missed the fact that, technically INFJs can assume people's intentions and betray them thinking that they betrayed, the INFJ. It's like, I've never done that before, but I can totally see why I could do that. Because you gotta base it off the functions, if that makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna mention that, just a heads up. That happens to everybody. Or something that he says gets misinterpreted. That's another thing that could possibly happen. What's up, Jackson? Well, I mean, I've tried it once, but I don't know. To be fair, I've looked up a playlist and somehow still got copyright striked or got claimed. I was like, okay. It's like, it's a 24/7 playlist. And I still got copyright claimed. It's like, alright. That's a thing, apparently. It's like, okay, it's a 24/7 playlist, and you're somehow one song, it was like 1 or 2 songs, got copyrighted. I don't even monetize this channel, I just don't want a million copyright claims, like legitimate copyright claims, not like the fake ones. ISFJ, alright. I think you actually, funny enough, if that is correct, you can also look up the video. It is kind of funny because I think you have the same type as Sword King. I think it's definitely suitable, though. Run it back. Boop. Also, thank you for subscribing, but I just noticed that on the OBS Streamlabs, because for some reason OBS is a thing that's, I don't know why they have to accept or decline notifications. It's so stupid. INTJs are intuitives, so they're abstract. All intuitives are abstract. That's actually what defines the difference between abstract and between sensors and intuitives is concrete and abstract. Okay, best memories definitely SI Heroes, for sure. So ISFJs, ISTJs. Worst memories, not surprisingly, it's INJs because of SI Demon. Because memory has to do with SI. The lower your SI, the less you remember. SI Demon definitely has the lowest memory. Yeah, just SI Demon. So INJs, so INTJs and INFJs. Nice. Ismo. Oh. Okay. Okay, resub. I forgot resubs is a thing. I forgot I set resubs for some reason. I don't know why I did that actually. I shouldn't have done that, I'll be honest. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. That may have been a grave mistake. Why did I put resubs? What's the point in even resubs anyway? Just to show who it's new? It's like, how can you remember? I mean, I guess there is, it doesn't even show resubs though, it just says subscription, or has subscribed. I need to fix the notification thing, honestly. Also, I think I'm gonna end the stream after this layer's done, so I can get good 3 layers in for today. 3 layers is 120,000 blocks for anybody's information. So I've mined over 100,000 blocks today. No, I'm not gonna finish at 5. Wait, how much time have I spent? What's my hourly? Or how long I've been streaming for? So, not yet. I haven't finished this layer yet. It's gonna be roughly 6. So in, yeah, about an hour or so I'm gonna be done with the stream. Because I haven't finished this layer yet, so... Roughly an hour. I don't know if it's going to be exactly an hour, but... The world is... Jeez. The world is, 862 by 862. The average... I'm pretty sure the average is like 64 height. Especially since my world is pretty water-based, so... probably gonna have to kill the Ender Dragon again, though. What's up, Slicer? Button. Does it say button? Yeah, button. Yeah, probably. Another 2,000 hours or so. So, I don't know how, actually, how many hours would it take? Alright, more calculation time. 2 hours per layer for 60 layers, 120 layers. Do 700... Sorry, wow, I'm going way far ahead. Jesus, guys. 120 times 7... Is it really? Alright, let's see. I'll do the calculation. I'll do my own calculation just in case. Just a assurance. It's 120 times 7, and then you got to have, oh god, the last section's gonna be really hard to calculate, but let's say 2/3 of the time, so do that calculation, the 7 times 120, no, sorry, do the 120, what's the 2/3 of 120? Figure that out, and then you add the 2/3 of 120 to the total of 7 times 120, and you should see how many hours this is going to roughly take left. That is if no interruptions really happen. This is not Bedrock Isaac, this is console. This is the, sorry, Legacy Edition, the old console edition. 60, sorry. I forgot it starts at 4, so it's actually 60, yeah, it's 862 times 862. I don't know why I keep thinking it's 64, it's actually 60. But to be fair, even if you count 64, it would still be high enough to, for... I guess if you count the top layers, I'm not really too sure actually. at that point. Why do people say 64 if it's... Geez, 60. Just thinking about that, actually. I don't know. I just go with 64. No, it's not as accurate, but I don't know why I went with 64, actually. What's the calculator? What is this? Oh, software update. I don't even know why I have that. 862 times 2 times 60. Still 44 million. It's still gonna be 44 million blocks total. Subtract. So 120 blocks, 20,000 blocks. 120,000 blocks total today. So it'd be 44 million, whatever that number is, divided by... Let's do this real quick. Jesus Christ. It's 43100 times 3. And then we do a separate calculation. 862. Actually, it's right there. And then divided by... That does not work. What the heck is happening? It's 129,300 divided by... Okay, 44. Times 6? So it would be 60 layers. Wait a minute. 2 layers per section, 60 layers. Wait, that makes sense why it took 120 hours. It's still 120 hours per section, because it's 60 divided by, wait, no, it's not. Shoot. 2 times, yeah, it's 2 times 60, so it's still 120 layers per, 120 hours per layer. Per section, I mean. And I have 7 2/3 sections left. Well, not counting this section. Actually, yeah, if you count this section, then it's 6 2/3 sections left. If you, like, deleted this entire section, you only had left... All you had was left was that. Shows you how long it takes to get rid of water, though. Jeez. That section took 200 hours. It took an extra 80 hours. Probably close to 75 hours. I don't know. There were a couple breaks in between, which makes a huge difference over time. Pretty sure, right? It's 120 hours per section, really. And if I did 6 hours a day, it would take me around 20 days to do one section. I don't know if I would even learn German if I heard something like that. Unless I have a very specific reason of learning a new language, I really don't have any reason to learn a new language. Or learn another language. I have 22 million. Well, no. 17 million, because it would be 44 million. Yeah, because I forgot you have to subtract 3 million. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think it's actually 18 million, but I think, because it's, no. Never mind. The calculations I had earlier was completely off then. So, I don't know. 17 million, that makes sense, so. It does make sense, though. 17 million. That's pretty nice to know, honestly. What led to it? I have a video why I'm doing it. I would say the biggest decision was Sword King 090. He was making he had a series on this, and he basically quit it by this point. So I decided to finish it myself. Some F-dab. That's probably the biggest decision that made me want to do this project. Of why I'm doing it. Because he took like a 10-month break, and I started it in between that 10-month break. How many blocks have I actually mined right now then? If I did the wrong or if I did different calculations. 862 times 22 million. That's kind of funny then, because I technically have all my calculations wrong, because I've been using layer 64 or 864 by 862 by 862 by 64 instead of 60. To be honest here, I think that's a little bit more accurate though. To some, maybe not actually, but well, not the 27 million. I'm talking how much I mined now. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. That is correct. Pfft, I was thinking of the other thing. I thought it said 17 million, but you said 27 million. Oops. Oh yeah, 17 million. That's pretty nice to know, honestly. I'm also considering water. What's up, Calvin? Yeah, 64 seems a little bit more accurate just because of the layers on top, but I don't know. It's only because of the water I'm kind of questioning how many layers it is, because 3 layers is a lot of layers. You gotta mention, that's like full-fledged layers. But I guess, you know what, that would make sense. Especially considering, think about how high the elevation is in some of these areas. Do mind you, an average grasslands is like up to 80. Goes up to layer like 80 something, so. I guess that would make more sense. So yeah, 64. Well, no, Rory, you gotta think about, the top layers too. Like, the average grassland is like 80. Goes up to like 75 to 80, which is ridiculous. Oh god. I've had some really close calls with my pickaxes. Seriously. Also, this is gonna be really close to finishing off this layer. I just don't know if it makes enough sense to put it at, So, like, let me just say, there's a cave, or not a cave, there's a mountain on my world that goes up to layer 115, so, I don't know about you, but that's gigantic. I don't know if caves entirely counter the elevation? That's hard to say. So it's like, it's really hard to say, honestly, in that case. What's up, Youth Oliver? Okay, they're not half a layer. They're like not even a quarter. They're not that much, I'm telling you. They're not that much. You'd be surprised. Even with ravines, they're not even half a layer, trust me. Look how much I'm mining right now. Look at all this. This is... None of this is cave. There's only spurts of cave, even then. This is a Legacy Edition. Oh yeah, caves and cliffs. I'll show you that mountain. The mountain goes up to 115, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, which is insane. That's gonna be fun to get rid of. Yeah, they are not half a layer, though. Half a layer would be insane. There's no way they're half a layer. On average, at least. Okay, so if you mean... Okay, if you count all of the caves combined, if that's what you mean, then maybe. If that's what you mean, I don't know. So you're taking, like, if you took every single layer and you averaged out the amount of air blocks from caves, maybe half a layer? So I'm just gonna keep layer 64, I'll be honest. I'll just keep as layer 64 calculation. I think it's actually more accurate than 60, just because of all the extra layers. Oh, okay, maybe half, maybe. Maybe not even that much, though. I don't think it's half a layer, though. They're quite often, don't get me wrong, but they just aren't that big. There are some pretty massive cave systems, but... Okay, so if you counted caves and ravines, probably 0.5. Because ravines count up quite a bit of blocks. Caves and ravines, sure. I'll go with 0.5. For caves. So I'm just going to stick to 64, just because it's actually technically more accurate in some cases. I would definitely go with layer like 60. It would be harder actually for me to average out this world without all this water than it'd be with, like... I remember finding this world, it all I had was one river for water. It was ridiculous. It was like a mountainous world. It's like, would I rather mine that, or would I rather mine this world? Take out this world. Which one would you choose? Would you choose a world like this where it's like a decent amount of water, and then you got decent amount of land, or would you take like a super mountainous area with like no water? Think of how long the filler blocks took on that last section. That took a while. That took like a good week or so just to mine all that. 99.5. I know Sword King's world was like that. His world is a lot of snow, even though he keeps saying he has more water than me, even though he doesn't even have a deep ocean, which is retarded, but... Like, seriously, dude, no. You don't have that much water in your world. I don't really know, though. I don't know how much land I actually have in my world. I just know I have quite a bit of water. Take that quarter of the world, I think probably like a little less than half of it is probably water. It's ridiculous. Or at least half of the section, and then you got the other half, which is, I don't know. What's that, Mini Cooper? Yeah, he doesn't have nearly as much water. He doesn't even have a deep ocean, so it's like, bro. I've actually almost experienced everything in this world. Oh, seriously, I've gotten rid of a mesa biome, several, or one giant one, honestly. a deep ocean, a grasslands, a forest, small forest biome on the edge of the world, a desert, several deserts. Seriously, I don't know. I don't want to know how much sand I'll have by the end of this. At least enough for the Nether. Good enough, thank God. Kind of glad I got this much sand for the Nether. Yeah, pretty much. That's a snow biome, even a small snow biome, a mountainous biome like an extreme hills biome. I've pretty much had to get. They take a while. Forests aren't that bad, but they do take a while unless you have like an efficiency 5 with haste 2, which is what I had to get. But did I even have haste 2 at that point? I don't know. I may not have had haste 2 at least. It's really unfortunate a netherite axe doesn't insta-mine wood. I wish it would have, though. Water isn't bad as long as you have a decent system running. It just takes longer. It's 50% roughly longer. It makes sense, though. It was actually probably longer than that with that deep ocean. Like, this world, statistically speaking, takes longer than most worlds if you mine them out side by side because of the water. But, oh well. I could technically say I've drained the most water out of any person alive in Minecraft, as well as mining blocks. Like, if somebody can drain more water than me in a world, that'd be ridiculous. I really don't think so. Not without any machines, that is. Even with machines, it'd be kind of difficult to do. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just sidecraft stuff. I mean, if I was building something gigantic in this world for one specific purpose, I would not be mining this world like this. But the whole point of this project is to mine the entire world, so what the heck. Like, if I was building something absolutely massive, even though there's no point, because I could just go on a Bedrock server and do the same thing, just on a bigger scale. But yeah. It's kind of funny if you look at how long it would take to destroy an entire Minecraft world. I dare you to link, like those people who say they finished the project, dare you to link them my channel. You should do it, just to see what their reaction's like, if they even respond. It's those people that on the video that says like, oh yeah, I spent, from the beginning of this video to the end, I have finished. I want you to go to that video and see how they respond to it. Or even, not the stream, a few people. Let me just say that. It's on IBX Toycat, how long it will take to destroy an entire Minecraft world. On it showcased Sword King's world. I don't know if you remember that video or not. It was back in 2015. Yeah, that video, send a channel link. Or not even just a channel link, you can even ask for proof if you want to, but you can also do a video link. of this project to the people who say they finished. I just want to see their reaction, honestly. I think it'd be funny. If they even say anything. Because I'm technically the only person that actually has proof with this project, so, well, besides Sword King, but he's not that close to done at all, but, yeah. I think it'd be just really funny to see their reaction. It's like the people who say, like, oh yeah, I started when the video came out, the first time it came out, it's like, oh yeah, I'm done now. I have a blank world, what do I do now? Alright. With zero proof. Nothing. It's like, bro, you can't just say something and expect people to actually, like, especially something this big, you can't just say something like that and expect people to actually believe you. Seriously. I have a feeling somebody's just gonna come from the depths and like swipe away this project. I swear, it's gonna happen. It happened with Scenic with Kilo. And I have some feeling, even though this project's absolutely massive, I have a feeling somebody's gonna do it. Yeah, that's what I mean, Rafi. Like, I'm the only person that actually has legitimate proof of doing this project. Nobody else that even has proof of it. Like, I've seen 1 or 2 people even attempt this project. They didn't even get to 1%. It's kind of like, okay, it's a thing apparently. I think even for NI hero types, this project is devastating. Seriously, it's a sheer it tests anybody's willpower. I don't care how much willpower you have. Nah, you're not close, Rafi. You still have 2 ticks left on the pickaxe. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, now it is. Oh, I know it was 1 tick, sorry. I mean, you weren't, like, super far off, but it makes sense if you're blurry. I mean, you were a little bit closer than I thought you originally were, but apparently not. You did. Was it that comment that said something about, like, I finished this as soon as I started, and it says something like, what do I do now? I forgot what the comment was, what the comment specifically said, but it's kind of funny. He's like the only person who's like I mean, a couple people have mentioned, but one person said, I'm trying. It's like, okay. A couple months ago. It was like 6 or 7 months ago. It's like, I'm trying. Are they actually trying? Because I haven't seen anybody even have video proof for this project. Even though they keep saying they're trying. Or they're finished. Literally not a single person. Not a single soul. Oh, there's an earlier comment in that, dude. I've mined almost 100,000. I'll be nearing 100,000 in 30 minutes. I should be finished with this in 30 minutes. Or finished with this layer in 30 minutes. Crazy enough, if I started like at peak time as soon as I, not as soon as I woke up, but if I possibly could have woken up, I could have gotten 5 layers done. Which is crazy, but, give me a second. Which 5 layers is 200,000 blocks, but give me a second. Actually, wait, no. I'll give it 5 minutes. I need to do something in 5 minutes, but... Like, literally, I could have had over 200,000 blocks. I've never actually mined 200,000 blocks. Maybe I have once. I don't know. Water, yes. 170... Is it seriously 170 streams? I don't even have Xbox, PS4. You'd be surprised how good consoles are when it comes to sustaining long-term play. They're like built for it, honestly. You know, it's actually better for you to play long-term than it is to turn off your system and then turn it back on, then turn it off, then turn it on, and turn it off. Over and over again. They're meant to take a beating. I mean, like, consoles last, like... People still play on the Xbox 360 from today. If that says anything. And what was that, back in 2008? I think. Maybe even earlier? Was it 2006? I don't know. I know the Wii came out in 2000, wait, when did the Wii... I don't know. I don't know the dates of when the consoles came out, I'll be honest. I know it's around that area, though. Yeah, exactly. Point proven. I mean, I don't know how long you've had your Xbox 360, but... God. How did your cat vomit on your Xbox 360? I just wasn't expecting that when I was reading it. I was not expecting cat vomit for a reason to die. I'm honestly, I am always constantly worried that my PS4 is just gonna blow up. Or just crash. I don't think it will though, because I've only had the I've only had it for 5 years. What's up, Vladimir? Oh, I can actually read your name now. Vladimir. Don't know how to say that. Kimich. Don't know how to say that though, but yes, I am still mining. I'm probably gonna be ending this stream after this layer though. ...2005, Jesus Christ, yeah. 15 years. Getting close to the 15-year mark. Yeah, like, you've literally had your Xbox 360 almost twice as long as my PS4, so... I love how consoles are meant to take that type of beating, though. It's kind of interesting. That's a good thing about consoles. It's like the best thing about consoles, in my opinion, is just how much they can actually take. Because of how modified and optimized they are. Like, for Pete's sake, the PS4 TNT, Minecraft TNT is a million times more optimized than PC. Like, so much more optimized. I think. I'm pretty sure on that. I mean, they're at least more optimized, which is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna save this just in case I accidentally hit that spawner. Like, power is one thing, but optimization is definitely the best thing you could do to something. Yeah, that's what I mean. They're meant to handle things, which is taking a beating. God, I'm so worried about hitting the spawner. Okay, I'm good. It's like comparing a super fancy phone case compared to like a super rugged case. One may be a little bit cheaper, quite a bit cheaper, and doesn't look as good, but can take way more of a beating. Or you could say older phones, honestly, than newer ones, or some phones. I know glass is getting way more protectable though, or like way more durable. Too bad they don't use phone or glasses. Imagine if they use phone like glasses as a type of glass for phones. You know how durable that stuff is? It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, glasses are incredibly durable. Can you imagine what they would be like if, there'd be some expensive glass, though. Exactly, but can you imagine how durable a phone would be if it had glasses for glass? Or you replaced its Gorilla Glass with the glass that we have on our glasses. God dang, this is really hard to say, but this stuff is durable. Like, I don't care how much you... it takes a lot to get break glasses. And also, when I was talking about glass earlier, was the phone itself. Just the phone itself. Honestly, I don't like to have phones. I mean, if glass phones were way more durable, they'd probably be better. But honestly, I know cases do exist, but the whole point of the glass phone is to make them look good. Even though it's kind of weird to make a phone look good. And it's just, I wish glass phones were more durable than they are now. It's taken so long than other phones or other technologies to grow. Like glasses, at least for phones. I don't know if there's like a limit to how strong you can make glass, but what about plexiglass instead of regular glass? I don't know what strengths and weaknesses plexiglass has, but I'm pretty sure it'd be pretty good, wouldn't it? I know sapphire glass. I had a sapphire, you can get some liquid sapphire on your phone. Give me a second. It's 5. broke a phone, and it was a very unfortunate way too. Apparently after a while, certain phones, like I had a Galaxy Note 5, it fell off a table once. Do you mind, you was in something, and it fell on its face. It fell on its face once, and the entire screen just bled out. Slowly. It's like, are you serious? The phone was in pretty decent condition, too. I think that's the only time I've actually broken anything really that expensive. What's up, Gaming Master? I think I'm gonna have to go to the Nether End. I cannot speak right now. I'm like half speaking. Wait, how many playbacks do I have? Kinda curious. That makes sense. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. There's a reason why I like circuit racing a lot more. Even then, it's not. I don't even watch racing, which is weird because I used to be a big car fan, even though I never actually watched it. I usually don't like watching people do things. I usually just like doing things myself. But to be fair, that's more of an SE. That's like SE Inferior thing. SE Inferior doesn't like watching people do things. If they want to do something, they'll do it. Instead of watching other people do things. For the most part. It's actually the reason why I don't like watching TV that much, because I'm just watching something, I'm not really doing anything. Wait, what are you talking about, Sam, about SE Inferior? You said INTJ SE Inferior, that's all you said. I think the only exception to that is if something makes us feel good. That's really the only exception, because we have FI Child and FI Critic, so that's literally the only exception, but other than that, I mean, if it's something that's really just boring for us, then we just want to do something instead of watching something. Also, one of the reasons why we don't like slow things in general. Well, why we like action-packed things versus, yeah, pretty much. Because to be fair, we don't honestly have the attention span to watch many things. Unless it's something short and sweet, then it's alright. Or it makes us feel good about something. That's really about it. That's the only exception. Which, do not get stuck in that trap. It's not a good thing to do. What's up, Grink? Oh god, wait. Who mentioned? Who said something? Just kidding, but, yes I am. It's a classic PS4 world, or, yeah. No, it's not. SI Demon is the shortest attention span. I'm not saying that technology isn't lowering our attention span, but SI Demon naturally has a super, super low attention span by default anyway. But I'm not saying that technology, because most people are SI users, generally speaking, or even SI critic. It's can be influenced by technology because of attention span in some way, because of that. Instead of enduring things, they use instant gratification instead, because that's what they're basically kind of brainwashed in a way because of their SI, high SI. People don't even notice my low attention span. I've always mentioned how low my attention span is, but nobody really notices it. Yeah, SI Demon is like extremely low attention span. I've forgotten the thoughts in like 2 seconds. Also, it kind of depends on what situation you're in, though. It's really dependent on how influenced you are by the outside world. Which SI users, what I mean by outside world, I mean like influenced directly based on the cognitive functions. So SI users are way more influenced by technology, at least in terms of attention span, than... Yeah, exactly. It's not entirely, in some cases, yes, it is. But it's more of a... It depends on your type, really. It really does depend on your type. On how influenced you are by technology. At least in terms of attention span. Which is kind of a problem, because you have to have SI users to have that high endurance, high attention span, but when you lose that, what's going to happen then? Yes, INTJs have SI Demon, the lowest possible attention span, because yes, you literally can't focus on anything. Sorry, not focus, have the attention span to listen to something for periods of time. Focusing and listening, or focusing and having attention span are different. Weirdly enough. Focusing is doing something for long periods of time. Attention span is the internal part of your focus. It's like meditation, almost focusing on one thing for long periods of time from an internal standpoint. SE inferior with NI hero, since SE is external, it's NI hero focusing on one thing, SE inferior. No. No, not entirely. Even though INTJs do get accused for ADHD constantly. Not entirely. No, it's not. Yes, ADHD is a condition that can lower your... Actually, no, it's not. No, wait. It's actually not. It doesn't... ADHD doesn't really cause a lack of attention span. It really causes a lack of focus. Seriously, I have a friend that has ADHD. It's more of a lack of focus than actual attention span, which is weird. God dang it. I need to go. Kill the Ender Dragon again. Yes, the random dirt chunks are so annoying, but... Yeah, it's weird. Trust me when I tell you that. I have a friend with ADHD. I kind of studied him a bit and see what his actions are, and I know his type, too. I don't have one pick left. That's it. This is a fortune. It's a fortune pick, and I'm not using that, so... Why am I getting zout? Yeah, it's a fortune pick. So yeah, that's weird, I know, but I thought it was attention span as well, but apparently it's its focus, because this guy cannot sit still sometimes. Because when you say you're not sitting still, that's actually a lack of focus. Not so. Take even SE heroes can get even a can be considered a lack of can be accused of ADHD because they have NI inferior, so they don't actually know what they want to do, so they do a million things at once. And get accused of it because of their short mental focus. If that makes sense. Which is weird. You would think like SE Hero wouldn't be, but it's actually, yeah. It's kind of weird how that works, isn't it? At least they have reasonable attention span because they have SI Nemesis. They can, yes. Depends on what the situation is. And it depends on your cognition. It's very situational, yes. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just telling you that the cognition of a person can sometimes be influenced more than other types. Depending on what's happening in the environment. So take SI Demon. Technically SI Demons are the least influenced. I'm not saying they can't be influenced, that's what I'm trying to say. They're the least influenced when it comes to stuff like that. The higher the SI, the more influence you're going to have in terms of technology. Like, I can get distracted incredibly easily because of the lack of attention span. And depends on what I'm focusing on too. Actually, well, distraction's more like a thought process than focus. I think it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm doing nothing, then I can get distracted by it. Also, think about this. SE is also what people are doing. So, SE Inferior have no idea what they're actually doing at the moment. They're just using muscle memory. It's really weird, trust me. It's hard to explain, but... So, SI is what you're doing at the moment. And your experiences. SE is what other people are doing and what their experiences are. So take it work. When I was doing my job, I can see people in the corner of my eye watching me because I know what they're doing. I just don't know what I'm doing. I'm just using muscle memory and what's happening. And since that internal fear of performance anxiety kind of kicks in, doesn't help. So I go slower. Yes, I just saw that. Focus. Yes, SI people. SI is autopilot. I'm pretty sure SI is autopilot. SC is SC is muscle memory. SI is autopilot. That's where habits come from. That's not muscle memory, that's habit. Habit is really powerful if used properly. It's not muscle memory. Muscle memory is like doing something better, doing something every time, but you still have conscious awareness of what... You don't have conscious awareness of what you're doing, but it's more of like... It's really hard to explain, but... Like, for example, me resetting the end. Simple example. I can do it by muscle memory. Do I know what I'm actually doing? Not really. I'm just kind of boop, 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 done. That's muscle memory. Yes, I did. It's the first boss. Back in 1.0. And then it was the Wither, and then it was the, what's it called? Elder Guardian, and then it's the, whatever that thing is called now. The Caves and Cliffs update. It's how you come off, really, SE. It's like awareness, it's like physical awareness, in a way, of what you're doing. So like me killing the Ender Dragon over and over and over again, I've gotten good at it, like I've performed well enough to do it. Habit is more like your body remembering something, or like you kind of in a way consciously remembering something, but... Geez, these are really hard to explain though. Warden, there it is. Oh, perfect. Actually, that's not that perfect. Never mind. Okay, so a good example is like practice versus experience. That's a good one. When you practice something, you're oh my god, this is hard to explain, but you're getting better at it based on how you're doing. So like you can force yourself to be better than your muscle memory is improving based on a certain sequence of inputs of your memory, or not in your memory, but your of your muscles. This is really hard to explain, actually. This is called muscle memory. It's like neural connections between your muscles. So, for example, I played Geometry Dash for years, and I played a level called Bloodbath. If anybody played Geometry Dash, but I didn't play it for years, right? I've been talking years and years. I don't remember how to do the level, but I know how to do every input because I did so much. I did practice the level so much that it ingrained into my muscle memory. It's like I don't remember how to do anything. I just kind of just do it. That's muscle memory. It's doing something versus remembering how to do something. Which becomes habitual. Is automatically. Oh my god, I don't even remember doing that. Speaking of muscle memory, I don't even remember even enchanting everything, or putting up all the stuff, if that says anything. Like, I don't remember even, I don't know why I actually have an enchanted hoe. Like, that's a good example of why... So yeah, successful key hits would be one. Doing the same input over and over again until you get to the point where it just, you can't, it doesn't matter. You can just do it without thinking. It's doing stuff without thinking about it, or remembering how to do something. It's memory versus the muscle memory. It's automatic versus, it's like automatic versus manual, honestly. It's a good way to explain it. That's actually not a bad way to explain it. Muscle memory is automatic. Manual is memory. Because remember, there's always a process in between remembering how to do something versus just doing it. Like, I don't remember actually putting on those pickaxes. I completely forgot. I just did it so many times to the point where I just kind of did it without even really thinking. I guess the best way to explain, since it's also really hard to explain this stuff without, it's also even harder to explain this stuff because they're attached to each other. I've never considered it, but I mean... Also, think of SE, like performing, as active choice versus SI is inactive choice. Like habit. To get good at something, you have to practice something. At least from a performance standpoint, you have to practice doing something if you're not good at it. And SE is more of a it's like a conscious effort to do something. It's active choice to do something versus to get better at something, because it's deliberate practice. If you ever heard of deliberate practice, and well, actually, somewhat certain types can do it naturally. Do deliberate practice regardless. That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, pretty much. Use it or lose it. That's SE, actually. It's use it or lose it. That's muscle memory, really. If you're SI, like if you have a high SI, you can remember it. Because you can remember skills after years and years and years. Because you have a super high memory bank. It's like... That's why SE users have to specialize to a point. It's also, don't forget, it's also aware of environment. SE is also, muscle memory is kind of, if you have SE, muscle memory does affect people based on their cognition as well. They're the same thing, it's just some people have to put a lot more effort to develop muscle memory versus other types. So, like, take SE Inferior. Here's a good example. Beat Saber. When I was playing Beat Saber, I played probably one of my hardest levels. I didn't beat it. I didn't play for a month or two. Which, do mind you, I was at a super high level at the time, and it takes a while to come back. I literally came back and improved my muscle memory to the point where I don't remember how to do any of that stuff. It's just pure practice. And I just somehow got better in like 2 days. Better than I was like a month ago, which is insane. Especially for a game that you can get so rusty. It also could explain why I don't really get rusty in games. SE Inferior doesn't get rusty. Or at least it can get rusty, it just doesn't take that long to get back to where we were. Well, you're probably bad at them because you haven't put... How much time have you put into rhythm games? Yeah, I'm almost done though, Ben. I remember sweating. Yeah, that explains why you weren't that good at it, because you only spent like an hour. It takes time to get good at things anyway. We just can get the best at them. If that makes sense, because it's practice. Beat Saber, I mean, okay, Geometry Dash not as much, because it is a little bit of memorization regardless of how much practice. It just takes us longer. To some degree at least. Beat Saber on the other end is way more practice-based. It's literally like mint for SE users. Or SE inferiors even. Especially SE inferior types. An hour is literally nothing, dude, for rhythm games. Especially since SI users can't, it takes a lot more for them to go into deliberate practice than SE users. Because they have to go into their other side of their mind. Thank you, Azira's. I considered it. It's actually kind of something I want to do in the future. I think it'd be fun. I play Osumania, or I did play Osumania at some point. I played for like a month and got to like, no, 2 months, sorry, and got to 4-star level basically, which was pretty cool. Also, I forgot to mention, SE users can technically push themselves way harder than SI users because they're not consciously aware of how they perform and they can just will themselves past what they're at, break the barriers. Because NI users are about breaking barriers, especially NI Hero. Because that laser-focused deliberateness. It's one of the reasons why deliberate practice is so hard for people. Because they don't have the willpower to go through with the deliberateness. Because they're in their comfort zone so much. What's up, backyard animals? I've also mentioned to my friend he's an INFP in Smash. This is where you can really tell habit versus battle awareness. I told him how much more battle awareness I have compared to him because habit isn't really a thing for me and I can kind of just do whatever I want without being forced into habit of doing certain moves at a certain time and stuff like that. So I can adapt to the other person so much easier than he can even adapt to me. The only thing is they can use their past experience of what they remember about a person, about a specific person, and destroy them basically, and actually predict what the other person's going to do with any, because it's on an axis of with SI. I can't use my NI hero because I'd kind of get destroyed. Well, at least, I mean, in some cases it won't get destroyed, but in a lot of cases it will because I can't use it to figure out what the other person's doing, or figure out what I'm going to be doing, or I want to do. It's a good example of muscle memory versus, or a person with low muscle memory versus a person with high muscle memory, or can develop high muscle memory. SE Trickster versus SE Inferior, it's like, Jesus Christ. Or you also have SI Demon with SI Child, just so different. I did play him in offline though. I did okay. I mean, I wasn't patient enough, I'll be honest, but my combos were clean. Like, I did 50-60% combos, which is very unheard of, honestly. That turned out okay, but for the most part, oh God, no. I didn't do nearly as well. To be fair, my performance anxiety was like to 100 once I first started playing. It started cooling down after a while, but still really didn't cool down that much, I'll be honest. Like, my hands were literally shaking in the controller. It's bad. I tell you, that performance anxiety gets really bad once you put enough pressure on yourself. Which is kind of a problem. I think it depends on what you're doing, though. I've put so much pressure on myself, though. My God. I know it's still like a mental illusion, but geez, it was so bad. I forgot what else I was shaking it. Oh yeah, whenever I'm playing, oh yeah, driving, don't even get me started with driving. That was probably one of the worst. It wasn't as bad as my job that I had recently, but holy God, it was still pretty bad. Not as bad. Probably the worst experience I've had with my performance anxiety is my job. Especially with FI Critic. But I'm not even going to explain that. I've already explained that too many times at this point. Let's see what else here. Let's see what else I can pull out of my SI demon. It's another horrible. I can probably remember all my horrible experiences like usual. Because it's demonic, but let's see what else. Big problem with SI demon because it only remembers really bad traumatic events, which is unfortunate. Let's see what else there is. It's another bad event that I've had with my performance anxiety. I think that actually happened similar to me, I'll be honest. It wasn't my first few, though, for me. It was, like, all my driving lessons. When you have an SE Critic in the car, when you have SE Inferior, you know how bad that is? That's, like, the worst possible... If it had to be any person or any type out there, it had to be SE Critic. Come on, SE Critic. Like, even SE Inferior would do better in terms of something like that. Or even SE Nemesis, but SE Critic had to be by far the worst possible combination. Alright, I'm gonna go and end the stream now. Finished about 3 layers, roughly. How long have I been streaming for? Like 6 hours or something? 6:24. Okay, that makes sense. See how many views this thing gets. Alright, I'll see you guys later.